Here we go. All right. Let's shut that door. So I'm a very loud person. Good morning, traders. It's June 12th. It's Friday. It's SpaceX Day. World Cup time, baby. Not a lot of good tickers out there today. Maybe we'll get one to go Banana Joe's. If not, all good. I'll be trading SpaceX for fun. That'll be the only other one that I'd probably be looking to trade today. I say, well, other than maybe some small caps that we have this morning, possibly, maybe we get SpaceX to go Banana Joe's, right? That would be cool. That would be fun. That would be something we can have a little fun with. Can I? Yeah, there she is. Boom. Bam. 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 All right, let's get to it. Good morning, everyone out there. How are we doing? Daza, other cousin, Ingrid, Eddie, Lewis, how we doing? All right, over to small caps. Really nothing up today that has news. BIA, BYAH, former runner. AKAN, former runner. VSME, former runner. EDHL, that's up today. Mask, that's up today. Former runners that we're looking at today. I'm probably going to leave all these alone. I would love for BYAI or BYAH. Baya! That was one I got the other day. It was a really nice, good dump. What day was that? All the way back on Monday. That was the other one that we got on the halt down. Yeah, I got on that first halt down and took that all the way down. Baya! That one was really awesome, as well as INHD on Monday. So, we'll see if we get some of that parabolic movement. That's the one thing I'll be looking for today, to see if we get those halts up and the gap ups. Same thing then for the move down for the shorts. I'm sitting back and waiting. There's really nothing here in pre-market to trade. I will say AKN came down and had old resistance, new support area from pre-market right around 1930, and came down 1935 and has had a beautiful bounce, actually about a $3 bounce, $4 bounce now, almost all the way up to the 23.40 mark. So nice, good move there. So that actually worked out. Space plays, we'll keep a look at those. That's why ASTI, MNTS, even ASTC will be on watch again today to see if that can pop on up. That was, of course, a big barn burner about a week plus ago, right? And now here we go with SpaceX, so that could get waking back up. There's your small cap breakdown and briefing for the morning. All right, top gainer breakdown time. BYAH, BYAH, I'm just going to say that, BYAH. On the way up, 325 resistance, then 365 into 385. Over 365 to 385, well, we just go back to the run we made the other day and see if we don't pop up to 465. Over that, we can potentially move to 520, and then over that to 650 in the high from Monday. Back on down, support is right around the 230 mark for BYAH. Your number 2 top gainer. Wow, okay. Whoa, DSY, where the fuck did you come from out of nowhere again? Jiminy crickets, these plays are getting on my nerves. UBXG is just ugly and way down now, so we'll go to DSY out of nowhere. Forgot about DSY. I don't know how that wasn't even on my watch list. I saw it on the board but didn't type it out. But DSY, another former runner, up this morning on no news that I'm seeing here at all. Down below, we have support at 605. Resistance on the way up is going to be coming in at right around 725 to 735. Over that 8 resistance, then again at 850 into 875. And over that, then we have that 940 pre-market high. Over 940 in pre-market high, well, we just go back to Wednesday when DSY spiked. Watch for a move up over 940 to somewhere right around 1075 into 11. Over that, we get another good spike, probably all the way up to around 1375. Then we have resistance right over 15. Again, it's 18 and then 19, almost into 20, which we saw that spike going back to Wednesday, where I was like, this play is going straight to 20. Here goes another 20 banger, right? And there was another one that went to 20. I don't think we'll have that today, in my opinion. I think it could be a little bit slower. Back down below, again, like we talked about, that main $6 support has to hold right around 610. That's going to be your key. If we crack that on DSY, watch for some nice, good shorts down to around the 530, 520 mark. All right, over to VSME, another former runner. On the way up, 185 resistance into close to around 195. Over that, watch for a pop to around 215 to 220. Over 220, that's where we'll get a better move all the way up to somewhere right around 270 to 280. Over 270 to 280, well, this ran on Wednesday as well. Over 270 to 280. 320 resistance area. Over that 4, over 4 to 465, into around 485. Resistance over that, we see it around 545 to 550. And then again up at 650, which this one didn't really do much after the opening bell. Had a couple of spikes up, but then decided to crack back on off. Support down below is right around 170 into 165. Margot, Margot, stop. Stop. Not in the mood this morning, obviously. Yeah, that's why I can't wait for my next office. I'm tired of you guys bothering me. I want to work. Sorry, I'm getting to that point where I'm like, guys, I need to work. I work. You can't be up my asshole 24/7. All right, continuing through the list here. GMM. This is finally a newer play that we're looking at today. Support down below is at 380-ish area, 385. Then again at 360, 365. Got a lot of chop on this play early on in the morning, and even again down around 330. On the way up, resistance from after hours and pre-market support is going to be right around 450 to 460. Over that, watch for a pop-up to around 510 to 520. 550 resistance. $6 resistance, then 670. A lot of these plays, what we've seen over the last week plus now, up and then really far down after we've made the spike on no news, right? On no news here in pre-market. On a lot of these play two very low floats today, which I'll go back over in just a minute. There's another 1 million in float. So again, with these plays, which I'll reiterate, which one gets the mob, or is it going to be a up, down fest today? Continuing through the list, AKAN, which was your top gainer when it was up at $28, has now come back down, and really now it's your number 4 top gainer, right? So, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top gainer, whatever I'm on now. 1925, 1935 support. Down below that, right around 1780 to 1790. Resistance coming in hot right around 23. And really old support could be new resistance, even into 2350, 85. Now, once we get to the 23s, watch for a spike up to 2550. Over that strong resistance at 2735 into 28. Now, AKAN, if it does get over 28 in pre-market high, we've seen this play spike and pop. Again, this is one of the other ones that we've seen spike and pop as we've led into great moves. Before MNTS, we had AKAN. Strong high of day resistance on May the 21st at 28 into 2930. So it's going to have a lot of resistance at that pre-market high, even into 30. Over 30, watch for a move to 32, and then possibly 33.75. Over 33.75, that's where this play could go bananas and have that move up into the 40s. I wouldn't count it out yet, but it needs to, that 28 through 30 is going to be very strong resistance. Over to UBXG. So we have a lot of different other tickers here to kind of go over today. UBXG is another one here as well that's a little bit newer. Spiked up this morning from, what is this, 450 all the way to 1150 essentially. Now we're all the way back on down in the bottom right-hand corner. 565 has to hold. If so, then we'll see this play pop up. Through 620, she makes a move up to 7. Over 7, she goes to around 750 to 760. Then we have 840 resistance. Over that, watch for a move to 875. Over that to 950. Over 950, watch for move up to 10 to 1030. And then we'll have that 1130 to 1150 pre-market high resistance. And I just do not see it getting over that. Then just keep former runners on watch today. MNTS, ASTI, the space plays. ASTC, those are definitely going to be on watch today. On the way up, ASTC really has no volume over the last few days. Really, it's really been a lot slower. But just looking at the chart for ASTC, back over 30 is going to be key. Over 30, watch for the start to move up. Could really start to creeping. All right, so 30 is going to be the key for ASTC. Over to MNTS, need to get back over 1435 for the move up. Over that, we should see a move to 1550 and so forth. And especially over pre-market high, yesterday's high, after hours high, 1750 area. ASTI needs to get back, and really needs to hold where we're at now, around the 820s. Could crack back on down. Watch this over 920 to 960. Over 920, we go to 960. So that's pre-market high to yesterday's high of day. And over that, this play can get juicy over 965. And then other true former runners. Mask is up possibly today. EDHL, keep that on watch. EDHL especially over the... Let's go through some of these plays real quick. Let's pull Mask back up here real quickly. EDHL back over 12 is going to be a big move. So EDHL over 12. Mask had a pre-market spike up to around 11 or 375. Over 375. Watch for Mask to possibly get some movement as well. Again, small cap space today, I will just be waiting to see who gets the mob. I have a feeling it could be even less than yesterday. I hope it reiterates back to Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday, where we have plays spiking above pre-market high, and we're having halt here, halt there. Oh, it's halted up 4 times. Oh, we're halting up 2 or 3 times, right? Oh my God, look at the gap ups. 3 halts up, 3 gap ups. That would be great, and that way we could find a couple of these that are popping up, halting up, gapping up, and then we can go trade those potentially. Right now, I'm just waiting to see if we get it. My favorite would be BYAH because I traded Baya earlier this week and killed it. I would love for BYAH to start halting and gapping up all the way up to the 6s again because I'd take that first halt down as we would probably start to collapse back on down. So I'll see which one of those decides to do that today. I'm not trading anything else other than what I've been trading and looking for all week. Have a new runner here. Cup R is popping up this morning. CUPR Cup R does have games NASDAQ compliance rules. Yeah, that's terrible news. It means you were a shit company. On the way up, we have 460 after hours high on Thursday before last. So we have May the 28th. We spiked up in after hours to 460. So that would be your next true resistance area. As we're spiking up this morning here, this play just came out. Over 464 Cup R. Watch for a move up to 5. Over 5 to 530. Over 530, this play can get juicy and move into the high 6s. And then possibly even up to around 760 after that. So Cup R will be on watch as well this morning. Add it to the list. Oh, and that was the other thing I was going to say. Low floats. Low crazy floats across the board. BYAH 4 mils, I think about the biggest we get today. VSME 2 mil, DSY 1 mil, Cup R 900K, GMM 1 mil, EDHL 500K, UBXG 1 mil, Aiken 500K. What do we got here? Mask is 1.7 mil. Everything we're looking at today, the first 7-8 tickers we're looking at, and former runners for the most part, low floats. Oh man. And another decent bounce here. So Aiken came down to that 1935, 1940 area, whatever you want to call it. Another good bounce play, almost up $1 now. So that area is holding really well. So we know under 1940 we'll get a good short. All right, small caps broken down. Too many tickers. Can't stand days like today. Hopefully we'll get some spikes and some halts. Too many tickers today. It's going to be ugly, ugly, ugly out, guys. It's going to be ugly out today. I'm looking to get one trade and call it a day. INHD, where are you at? Go live. We want you live, buddy. We want you live. I'm going back. Sorry, team, I'm going backwards now. I've got a lot going on today. I'm not going to do all these either, probably. I know yesterday I did a lot of these, just kind of give you a quick little snippet. Today I'm not going to give nearly as many because today is really going to be focused on SpaceX. All right, going through a few of these. Not going to go through all of them today. We have SpaceX, and that's going to be the key that I think takes the mob away from a lot of tickers today, possibly. Over 743 for the SPY. Watch for a spike up to 745. Normal high of day there. That is this Monday's high. Ultimate high goes to Tuesday's high, which is right around 747. On the way down today, we need to hold support in our pre-market low right around 736. That's going to be key. We're trying to hold 738, which also is key. So 736, though, will be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day comes all the way back down to around 731.75 to 732. Back to the top, to the tippity top. All right, Apple done with its nasty moves down. Watch this today to make a good move up or down. Really tight this morning in the pre-market, over 297. I like this for the long, up to 298.75 rule to 299. Over that, then we run to around 300 or so. I'll go 300 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 302. On the way down today, back under 295.85. Watch for a crack back down to Wednesday's high. Pre-market or after hours low of 294.75. 294.75 normal low of day. If we crack that, watch for move down to 294. Under 294, watch for move down to 293, and under that down to 292. Ultimate lows there. AMD, man, just can't figure out where it wants to go. Up yesterday, down, then up to end the day, up and after hours, down in pre-market, then up in pre-markets. It can't figure out where it wants to go. Tuesday's high, we'll call that normal high of day, pre-market high area, right around 502.70 to 503.75. We'll call that normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes all the way back up to 510. On the way down today, 490 major support there in pre-market. We just bounced off of it. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows go down to 486 to 487. Under that, then down to 483, and ultimately down to 480. We might see pre-market low, but I'll go 480 ultimate low of day. If it cracks it, we'll touch pre-market low in 477. ARM kind of the same as AMD, trying to make that U-shape kind of come back on around here, finally breaking that downtrend. Resistance for ARM here today, really strong at 354. 354 into right around 356. So 354, we'll call it 354.50 to 356.50. That's going to be some strong resistance. Now, over pre-market high, I think we had a nice, good gangbuster move all the way up to 363-ish area. Normal high of day there. That's Monday and Tuesday's high. Ultimate high of day pushes back into 370. On the way down today, 343.50 support. 340 support. Pre-market low, 335. Normal low of day. Ultimate low of day continues the higher low pattern on the daily, which would be 330 for ultimate lows. Ba-da-ba-ba, come on down, BBB, I'm skipping you. CrowdStrike, probably, ooh, no, actually not. CrowdStrike, like this, really tight since yesterday. This looks good for the longs. 697 break, over 697. I think we fly through 700 and go right up to around 715 to 720. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, see a move all the way up to 730 a couple of Fridays ago. High of day, ultimate high there. On the way down, 687.75 support. If we crack it, we go down to 682.25. Under 682.25 area, which will be your normal low of day. Watch for a crack back down to 674. Under 674, we go somewhere right around 660 to 662 for your ultimate low of day. Oh, not Dell. I was thinking about doing Dell next. Nah, we'll leave Dell alone. It's getting a little choppy. Oh, that's definitely choppy. Nah, man. Skipping Google today, Dell as well. Meta's not that great. Only levels I like on Meta would be back under after hours low and pre-market low today, which is under 567. Under that, watch for a good move down. Normal low of day at 67, ultimate low of day at 557. On the way up, resistance at 577. Over 577 pre-market high, watch for a move up today to around 581.50. Over that, watch for move up to 584.75 to 585. Microsoft tight this morning too, looking for a good move. Back over 294.50, we'll call it after hours of pre-market high. Watch for a spike up to 296 or 396, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 396. Watch for a move up to 396.85. And then over that, then to 398.50 to 398.75 area. Ultimate highs there. Support down below, after hours lows, pre-market low right around 390.50 area. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows, watch for a move down to 386.50 for your ultimate low of day. Now, I know we're opening lower than yesterday, so we could go lower, which would take us to 384 in yesterday's low. MSTR looks good for a long, back over yesterday's high, Wednesday's high, after hours, and pre-market high, right around 120-150 for the breakout. Now, we do run into charting, but I do like over 120-150 for the long, more so than any short you could have today. On the way up, you'd run into 123.50, 25 area, and then over that, you go to 125, over 125 to 125.70. On the way down, major support at 114 into 113. Boy, a lot of these plays getting sideways, looking for a breakout possibly today over the last few days. So Wednesday's high, Thursday after hours, today pre-market resistance at 206.75 into 207. Watch for NVDA to break out over that for the long. A lot like MSTR does run into charting though. 208, 209 resistance, 209.50, 60 area resistance. Then over that we go over 210 to around 210.70 to 211. And a lot like MSTR, we have a flat bottom, 199 area, major support. Over to the Qs here on the way up. Watch over after hours and pre-market high. We'll call it 721.50. That's the only thing as we run into Monday's high. Does it hold at 723? And then we have Tuesday's high at 725. A lot of resistance on the way up, and especially the fact that we've come back on down. So those will be some resistances on the way up. On the way down, support, well, we're actually bouncing above the support I would have gave, which is going to be right around 712. A good juncture and reversal there from yesterday in the middle of the market. Plus, we bounced there beautifully today, right around 712. 712 to 712.50, major support. If we crack that, watch for move down to right around 711, and under 711, we'll call it, down to around 709. Under 709, watch for then a move down to 706.75. To me, to say we're low and high of day are, it's really hard with these choppier charts, but I'll give you there some levels for you. And then lastly, over to Tesla here, same thing, after hours high is pre-market high, right around 404.50. Over that, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm working. Trying to, the stock market, baby. Leave me alone. All right, over to Tesla. 404.35, 404.50 after hours and pre-market high. A lot like, the NVDA and MSTR. We have room to go up, or we have the chart that looks like it wants to go up, but we don't have room to go up, I really should say. As in we start to run into resistance on the way up. Now, if we get over 406.35, that's where I think we go gangbusters up to 410, possibly even all the way up to 413. On the way down today, major support at 396 area down to 395.50. If we crack 395.50, we immediately touch 394. Under that, we go down to 391.50. Under 391.50, watch for move down to 390. And I don't think we'd get any lower than that today. These plays look like they do want to pop up before they drop again. We'll have to trade at the bell today. I don't really have anything other than going back to those plays that are really tight. Apple is really tight today. It does look like it wants to pop and go up. I will say that. Microsoft could get that pop. It's really tight at the bell. Look for that. MSTR and NVDA as well if they get over that pre-market high and resistance from the last couple of days. I like those moves up because A, they're tight in pre-market and they have room to run. And more so really for the first time in a while that I'd ever say that, Apple looks the prettiest at the bell. Now, overall, trade your levels we talk about. SpaceX, the big one, though, today. Looking like a 135 to 145 open print price. I think this play goes parabolic and starts to halt up and goes nuts. We'll see. I think a little of the small cap sector, we've seen all these crazy moves over the past 2-3 weeks. AKAN, MNTS, ASTC, all the way to INHD this week. PAVs, right? There's been some crazy moves. I think a lot of those traders move over, and they're waiting for SpaceX today. So I would imagine we get some then sympathy from ASTI, MNTS, ASTC possibly. So keep those on watch. SpaceX IPO does drop, I think, within the next hour to two at most. I've seen some reports saying it's going to drop here within 30 minutes of the opening bell. So we could see that, honestly, as well. So keep SpaceX on watch. SPCX, that's going to be crazy today. So I will have SPCX on big time watch. SPCX will be on big time watch. and maybe my main focus if small caps don't do anything out of the gate. Now, does SpaceX bring some hype if it does start to halt up to small caps? It possibly could. It possibly could. I am sitting back and waiting for small caps to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to go banana Joe's and halt and gap up what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. That's where I've made all my money, and they're easy for me to trade, and I made some good money doing it. Up over a little 9K for the week, looking for that $900 day to get a 10K week is really all I'm looking for today. So again, sit back and wait. We are seeing MNTS popping on up right now, so watch other space plays. There are others to watch out there than the ASTI. I'm just bringing up the small cap plays up there up to you guys, but there are other ASTS. I mean, there's a lot of other small space stocks out there. So today, that's where my main focus is on after the first 30 minutes. I'm going to look for small caps. What do we do? Are we getting anything in the first 30 minutes? Are we getting our halts and gaps? And if not, I'm just focusing on space plays and SpaceX. Oh, come on here. Oh, let's get the streams up real quickly on YouTube. Let's go to YouTube real quickly. Sorry, guys. We'll go over to SPCX. All right. All right. Let's go this over here. All right, boom. Get that there. This. Here, like this. Broncos mug. All right, 3, 2. Woo-hoo! What the? Quit calling me! There we go. Sorry, guys. Trying to get the stories up. Boom. All right, here we go. Boom. Woo! It's a big bay. Oh, I got my left hand. I said bay too. I'm glad I didn't record that. Move this. Move that. There we go. All right. 3, 2. Big day today. We're going to be covering here on Trade the Pool. That's right. We're going to have a lot of viewers. SpaceX IPO. I've got it up on my live stream as well, coming up here soon. That's right. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? It's going to be big numbers today. Big day today. We're going to be covering. I got to move these out of the way too as well. That looks not. Well, there we go. All right, let's do it one last time. One last time here, guys. Tease this. All right, got to tag that. All right, 3, 2. Got left hand, Josh. Big day today. SpaceX IPO. Trade the Pool. We're covering it. I'll put the link out there for you guys to come join either that stream. Of course, I have my stream rocking and rolling to cover it too as well all day long today. It's going to be a big day. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. So any minute here, the next 30, 45 minutes here, we're waiting for SpaceX to go live. We have you covered not only on Trade the Pool all day long, and we're going live with the futures there, or the Fivers futures, but I'll have it covered on my live stream as well today, all day long. We got you covered. Big day. Biggest IPO release in quite a while. It's going to be a fun one. Big day today. SpaceX IPO. The pool, we're covering it. I'll put the link out there for you guys to come join either that stream. Of course, I have my stream rocking and rolling to cover it too as well all day long today. It's going to be a big, big day. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. So any minute here, the next 30, 45 minutes here, we're waiting for SpaceX to go live. We have you covered not only on Trade the Pool all day long, and we're going live with the futures there, or the Fivers futures, but I'll have it covered on my live stream as well today, all day long. We got you covered. Big, big day. Biggest IPO release in quite a while. It's going to be a fun one. Day today, SpaceX IPO, Trade the Pool, we're covering it. I'll put the link out there for you guys to come join either that stream. Of course, I have my stream rocking and rolling to cover it too as well all day long today. It's going to be a big, big day. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. So any minute here, the next 30, 45 minutes here, we're waiting for SpaceX to go live. We have you covered not only on Trade the Pool all day long, and we're going live with the futures there, or the Fivers futures, but I'll have it covered on my live stream as well today, all day long. We got you covered. Big, big day. Biggest IPO release in quite a while. It's going to be a fun one. Day today, SpaceX IPO, Trade the Pool, we're covering it. I'll put the link out there for you guys to come join either that stream. Of course, I have my stream rocking and rolling to cover it too as well all day long today. It's going to be a big, big day. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. We're waiting for you, SpaceX. So any minute here, the next 30, 45 minutes here, we're waiting. All right, go back to our small caps here. Get my market depth up. I don't even know what I'm going to be trading today, to be honest. See if we get any halts up here. All right, nothing out of the gate. Nothing so far out of the gate here, which is good. Nothing out of the gate so far. Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool. There we go. All right, cool. Good enough. Good enough for now. All right, how we doing? John, Paula, Ingrid, Mike Hicks in the house. Lewis, Eddie, everyone else out there. Based on already demand, it could open around 300. A lot of traders were able to get in shares. I don't think it's going to open that high. I don't think it opens that high. We've already had people saying it's going to open at 135. We'll see if they're right or not. Because we have people on Trade the Pool that are getting in, like they're, let's see here. Like Annette said, "Yay, I'm so excited!" But it says, your request to buy one initial public offering share of SpaceX was filled at 135. So everyone's getting this like was filled at 135. So I'll know more about how IPOs roll today after this goes live and how, because this is going to be one of those ones where it says 135, says 135, says 135. And yeah, how many more people? We'll see. We'll see. I have no idea. I don't think it opens up that high, though. See the futures room window, lays and run the scanners into power. After that, you and Steve will do. Perfect. All right, sweet. Akon is popping up there. Akon. But nothing's hitting the LULD. Mike Hicks, how we doing? Saline, how we doing? The Onyx. Some old names coming in chat. Protesters in Times Square to protest SpaceX. What the fuck is wrong? I don't know. Yeah, right. What do you have something better to do? Did you really take off whatever job you have, whatever, no offense, probably little money you are making? Cup R is halted up. So we do have Cup R halted up. CUPR, I'm going to get buy-in out of the way. Cup R is halted up, though, out of the gate. So we do have one halted up. It is Cup R. Copper. We'll go to BYAH over here. Let's see if this play can get going a little bit higher. Bring me a higher love. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of that. Go to here. Let's go over to Zindu. Zindu says resumption price 474. That's not good. That's not good for people that went long. Got BBGI halted. It's going up. It looked no down. Everything that it's halted looked like a Omer. O-M-E-R showing a gap up there. O-M-E-R. Omer the Homer. How's that showing a gap up? Omer shows a gap up from a halt down. PD, go lay down, buddy. I don't need you in here, bruh. Oh, my, oh, my, oh. Got a little pop there from VSME. VSME, again, former runner, right? From we saw this one on Wednesday, go all the way up to 650. So that one's popping up just a little bit. It's trying for us. I really feel I could see me getting, not looking at small caps today here for too long, and I'm just going to go straight over to SpaceX and just wait to see if we get space plays to go, if we get SpaceX to go Banana Joe's. I'm ready for it. I'm definitely 100% ready for SpaceX. Yeah, they don't have jobs. Yeah, well, makes sense. I just wonder what people are doing with no jobs. Listen, I had that time in my life where I didn't have a job, and I was like going to college. I had an internship. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a job. It's been a while. But I felt like I was a piece of shit when I didn't have a job. I was like, man, I don't contribute to life. What is my purpose here today? What am I serving? What is my point? Cupper, now showing $5. Okay, so showing a gap up to 5. Now 480. So I think this is going to be a lot like yesterday, guys, honestly, out of the gate. I think out of the gate, we're going to get this right here. And then it turns into this where possibly it's just an uglier day. We're not going to get the big halts and the gaps. We have plays to trade for sure. I'm just not a fan of all these no news plays, and while they're up, they're up, and that doesn't mean much. It just build a chart, but they haven't built the chart for me to trade really yet. Buy is starting to get a little bit of a pop. We do have Cup R halted up, a little bit of a pop here from VSME. EDHL, I was hoping for maybe another round of it today. We've seen that before, right? Where EDHL pops up, gives everything back yesterday, and then maybe today goes squeezing, but doesn't go as far. So I was hoping maybe EDHL would go up today, even though I didn't have the most fun with it yesterday. I did make some money on it yesterday. And we'll see what the time's going to be too. I'll just see if there's anyone out there. SpaceX. The pre-market price discovery process began at 8:50 a.m., so 9:50 Eastern, with actual public trading expected officially open between, 11:30 Eastern. Okay. All right, so the pre-market price discovery process. So we may start seeing bids and stuff on the level 2 as soon as 9:50 a.m., so here in about 13 minutes. But the actual official public trading is, and I said this yesterday, is usually about an hour, if not 2, after the opening bell. This says today opening around 11:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 10:30 my time, so that would be 2 hours after the opening bell. And that's where then we'll see, maybe that's where that's where we'll see some more orders coming through from these, the black, essentially the dark pool, so to speak, where we can't get in. And there's these traders out there, and it may push the price up over and over and over. It's going to be fun. I think maybe there could be a lot of people, too, waiting for that. Just sitting back and waiting today on SpaceX. So if that's the case, then we're good to go, or at least for me, and I'll stick around for a little bit longer than normal. All right, so cool. Sitting back and wait. Yeah, I don't get the I've never got protesting. I mean, I guess there's certain things to protest against. By the way, Cupper Live. Yeah, it's some of the stuff, it just makes no sense. But that's the world we live in anymore. It's literally... It's a weird world we live in. Definitely different. I miss the old school world. Like I was saying literally yesterday to Avery or whenever it was. I forgot. What was this even about? What were we watching? She was watching, I think it's what it was. She was watching something on Netflix or something. Some kind of documentary. I forgot what it was. God, I forgot what it even was now. Why I even said that. But we both were agreeing essentially and saying, man, at least we grew up in the last era of, like we've said here on the live stream a lot myself. We grew up in the last era of being able to go out and enjoy our life, you know, and as kids, you know, the 80s and 90s is my point. It's a lot different being a kid now. Even like movies and stuff. What was it? That was the thing I was looking at the other. I think, was it? Of course, Tropic Thunder. No, that always comes to mind. Oh gosh, my brain this week is fried with how much stuff I've been doing. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember that now. But there was something of the last 24 hours, or somewhere in the last 24 hours. I swear too. I think maybe it was with Steve. I don't remember in the call-in show. Yeah, I can't remember. I mean, I'm talking to everybody anymore. Just like I'm all over the place. But it was just dealing with just like that too. Like we the movies and TV shows of yesteryear are just you. I think maybe it's something I saw on TikTok. Oh, I think that's one of the things that come to my mind. It was the new Supergirl or Superwoman, whatever she is, Supergirl, Superwoman, whatever. The Superman movie with the girl in it, whatever. There was someone tagged Dean Cain. If you remember, you know the Adventures of Lois, or what was it? The Adventures of Lois, Clark and Lois, whatever it was on TNT back in the day with Dean Cain as Superman. I actually watched that with Terry Hatcher. If you remember that show, I'm sure you guys do. Dean Cain, Terry Hatcher. I actually watched that as a kid and liked it. Anyway, someone tagged him and said something along the lines of, "Why there's too many familiar resemblances in this or something," and it showed a. Oh, I can't even remember here because I know all you have to do is type. Watch. I'm gonna type in. Watch this. I'm gonna type in. I'll go to Google. We'll type in Dean Cain. I'll just type in Dean Cain. Watch the first thing that pulls up. See, former Superman Dean Cain takes jab at Millie Alcock Superman or Supergirl. So let's see if they show it. There was like a tweet that someone tagged him in. Are they going to show it? No, they're not. Now they're not going to show it. Now they're not going to show it. Of course. Gosh almighty. I wish they would actually show the little... here it is right there. Why does she look like this guy? What? Oh, that's from Land of the Lost. That's from Land of the Lost. That's Chaka. That's Chaka, isn't it? Because I want to name a Great Dane Chaka. We were like, we always want to name our dogs after, you know, movie characters, and we like the name Chaka. We just thought that'd be cool for a Great Dane. And he says, "Dang it, I laughed." He says, "Dang it, I laughed." Well, and now he's getting backlash, you know, like, and everyone's like giving him shit about that. And then I was reading one of the comments just because I love the special people in the comments. And like, why, something along the lines of, why can't he laugh? All he did was laugh. He didn't actually post it. He says, "Dang it, I laughed." It made him chuckle. So he can't admit that he laughed if he saw something. And like, someone was like, "No, it's 2026. You can't do that anymore." I'm like, are you just being facetious, or are you being for real, for real? Because I know that is the world we live in anymore, but it's sad. It's absolutely sad. Oh, is DSY halted down? DSY is halted down. Not really showing much of a gap down. CPOP, oh my God. CPOP's all the way into 20 cents. Look at this play, team. Oh my. Yeah, it's ugly out. Look, this is really what started to happen. We'll just go over here to this. Forget it. We'll go here real quickly so you can see it. CPOP. This is the ugliness that we've moved into. First, it popped up, speaking of, on Tuesday. Kind of gross. Then Wednesday pops up, but then really gets to halting and gapping. So I trade this actual gap down and made some decent money on it, right? But then it starts moving back up, and then it's all over the place, right? And look what it ends up going to overall now. Look at this today, team. Look at this today with put out an offering. Put out an offering this morning and is now halted up. This is just the small cap market that we're in. It's gotten really ugly. PAVs, this is the one I was really talking about. This really kind of set the table of, whoa, right? We go from 1, essentially, sub 1, all the way to 27, back to sub 1 again. and then even lower than where we came from. That's nasty sauce, and that's really going to scare a lot of traders away. Yeah, Onyx, we may not. It's what sucks, Onyx. What sucks is we have this live stream on Trade the Pool, and I get they wanted to go live right at the opening bell. We could be live we could be live for 2 hours, and there's just nothing to cover. Cupper, new high of day. CUPR, Cupper, new high of day. So we are getting a nice little squeeze there off that 4 handle. Really nothing to show for a bounce play there. There could be a moving average at that 4 area. VWAP is definitely there. So we're just kind of rolling off that VWAP and holding 4 off this quick liquidation down. Came back up. Now we're back down off of it again. Only really okay chart for the day right there is Cupper. Cupper, CUPR. I don't think this has news either. If I'm not, oh, that's right. It regains compliance in the NASDAQ. Yeehaw! That's terrible. Absolutely terrible news. Terrible. EDHL cracking back on down. So really the only play we have today so far is CUPR. Cupper is your really only one moving. Yeah, Chaka. That was, yeah, I'm like, man, what world do we live in now? Oh, well. Whatever. Someone can't take a joke. It is what it is. It's pretty sad, though. I'd love to see Baya go higher, but I feel today we're going to be stuck. I just really feel today we're going to be stuck. Stuck. Waiting for that SpaceX IPO, in my opinion. We do have Cupper going here, so we do have CUPR rocking and rolling here. So CUPR, nice little move up. I would say 5 would be your dip area now. It does have some movement to it, so we could see if we get a dip buy off of 5, but that would be your only dip area, or be safe and put it at 4. So right now, old resistance for new support at 5, or again, watch for the bounce play at 4. Smoke Tuna, how you doing? Very ugly slow day. Cupper's the best play so far. Aiken not bad. Again, nothing really with news today. Go back and put the trend line here on AKAN. I'm going to say Aiken does not hold up today and most likely see some pullback here at some point. Although I'd love for some parabolic movement. Yeah, that's about it. These would be the main two. News is rubbish too. I don't even know that it has news. Someone says Aiken's news is rubbish. I'm like, what news are you seeing? Lola Laura. I don't know what news you're seeing, Lola. All right, now 5 is definitely the bounce play. New high of day up to 6. So we see earlier 5 back down to 4 a couple of times here. Real quickly here out of the halt up. And then yet again, once we moved off the halt up and came down and bounced at 4, we came right back and bounced at 4 again. We're seeing that dollar reversal off a whole number. So watch for a dollar reversal off the whole number there for Cupper. Cupper! Almost sounds like a dog's name. Bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love. Oh. All right, here we go with Cupper here, team. Cupper, there's the move down. I literally just put orders in, too, for Cupper, and I'm not going to probably get filled here, it looks like. Cupper, I have orders at 507 and 497. Literally just put them in. Okay, maybe I didn't. Was that EDHL that I put orders in on? Was that EDHL? I think I accidentally put orders on the wrong ticker. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. Because it doesn't look like Cupper's going to come down. EDHL. Is that the one I put orders in on accident? Yeah. Okay, so we'll go cancel these. Well, shit. Damn it, and there I almost market ordered into and I saw the 520s I should have. Oh. That's why I love Think or Swim, because everything's just always right here for me to fire away. Motherfucker! Son of a bitch! I knew I should have fucking fired away the missiles. Damn it, I was getting my fucking order entry boxes up here and ready for Cupper. I saw it at 520, and then on my market depth, I saw EDHL, and I'm like, I thought I had it on Cupper. Son of a bitch. And then I could market order in, but I about market ordered in going, that might be it, because I saw it wicking and popping back up into the 20s. Shit! There goes your dip buy. Cupper moving pretty decently now. Cupper moving pretty decently. I wanted the 5. It didn't give it to me, and I canceled orders, which I put them on EDHL, so it would not have gotten filled anyway. But I thought about market ordering in, but I did not have my the right ticker up. So I had EDHL up. I have no idea why. I thought I'll put Cupper in. Whatever. Anyway, see if this runs to 7. We're not getting halts today. That's the truth. So no halts today. Like I told you guys on Wednesday, I called this. I know if you guys were around on Wednesday, I told you this was coming. This was coming. I tried an entry on Cupper, but the OS is restricted. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. They said, no soup for you. Well, at least you were trying to get into the right area, Paula. That was perfect. That was money. Because, I mean, if I got in, I'd be done for the day. I wouldn't be trading SpaceX at this point. Well, I would, like, small for fun, but... Yeah, EDHL not giving it to us here. C-Pop, you said popping. Oh, yeah, I'm not touching that. Yikes, 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 yikes. Not touching that. C-Pop, get out of here with that trash. There's nothing really happening today. GMMMMMMMMMMMM. Mask not giving it. What the? Where does everything go? I had a feeling. I'm not surprised. But this is exactly what I anticipated. If you told me or asked me, I guess I really should say, hey, Josh, give me your thoughts on what's going to happen tomorrow on the small caps. And this is exactly what I would have said. Oh, and there goes Cupper. All right, Cupper. So we'll see if Cupper can come back down to 6 real quickly. Cupper is getting the mob. So Cupper is getting the mob. Got to get a feel. Want to trade. 6 is going to be it. Safest bounce play is still back off 5 to 520 now. 5 to 520 for the safe bounce play. If you want to just get filled for the quick dip and rip, 6 is it. 6 would be your quick little dip down. Again, 1, 2. We might do it one more time. That would be the 3rd time to do it. I'm going to stick with 520. Well, maybe not anymore. This may go flying up for more, and then we may not even see 520. Gee, I can't believe now $2 from this right there. There goes, I told you. I told you this was going to have a crackback coming on up. You piece of shit. You never hold up either, Aiken. Never holds up. The play never holds up. Still waiting for SpaceX to come out. Let's go back over to SPCX here. Probably going to be a while, but I do want to see if we start seeing some level 2s. There we go. Do we get it on Trader Revolution? SPCX. Not yet. Oh, yeah. It's letting us pop it up. Oh, and we are. Same orders. Same orders. I'm showing this. I'm showing the 1 cent. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh. It's going to be fun today, guys. Get ready. Paula, yeah, cool. 420. Yeah, it's all good, Paula. You know where to trade. You've been trading with me for a while. You know what to do. Fucking MNTS is doing a complete 180 today. Of course, we're waiting for SpaceX to pop up, but MNTS, look at this. I mean, we just go back from yesterday into today. This is making it's literally just a complete opposite of yesterday. Well, you get my similar-ish, way more better, way prettier in pre-market, a lot more movement I should say, way prettier movement in market yesterday. Most of it's coming in pre-market today, but it does look like with this bear flag wants to crack back down for more. I have not had my daily smoke. I'm about to go real quickly, guys. Any questions you guys have for me? I'll leave the cam on, the doggy cam. I should put the doggy. I need to get a doggy cam. I know you guys have asked about that and asked for one for years. I just need to get an extra cam. I need to do that soon, honestly. The dog cam. So when I step out of the office real quick, you guys can watch the dogs. Although there's only 2 in here, and they're both assed out right now. Any questions? Any stocks you want to go over? I don't think we're missing anything. I'm waiting for the big barn burner move of the day, like halting up and gapping up. We didn't get it. What we are getting is a decent move here from Cupper. It just regained compliance with NASDAQ. Not the best of news, but we are getting a pretty good parabolic 200% move. $6 is the first bounce area. 5 to 520 number 2. Other than that, I'm not looking to trade any other small cap. Everything else is up, down, choppy, choppy, choppy. I said I'm not a fan. VSME, ugly. MNTS, ASTI, BYAH, UBXG. Anything else that popped up this morning that I saw earlier? Let's see here. EDHL, GMM, DSY again even. Blah, blah, blah. Ugly, ugly, ugly. The only one today that has a decent chart so far is, you got it, you're looking at it, it's Cupper. Cupper. And there, look at it. It keeps doing these quick sweeps down. Really riding into that upper VWAP band. I'm going to say that 770 is the top for now, and she comes back on down. Watch for a bounce off 6. I'm going with the... This is kind of like yesterday. I got asked this from Cali Kid. He said, I just want to make sure what you mean by your forever lines. Well, forever lines are A, for large caps, or sometimes even for small caps, you put a line in, you can trade it forever. It's always, most likely, not always, but high percentage of the time, 70, 80% of the time, it's going to respect it. Bounce off of it, fail off of it, whatever. And then when I'm talking about an intraday chart as well, like, hey guys, put a line in here, wait for a bounce play. So it's a forever day line. So like, hey, you put orders in at 5 to 520, you leave those motherfuckers into the closing bell. I guarantee you at some point in the day, if you ever see 520 again, you will get a bounce play. Okay? So that would be today at the 5 to 520 mark. It's a forever bounce play line to hold in for the morning. Other than that, would you still take another bounce at 5? Yes, that's it. Like we go. There we go. It's T-Web. I missed that. But there you go, T-Web. Yes, that is the forever line you want to keep in all day long. 5 to 520. Aussie Chick will let you know. She's taken a few of them. I don't know if we've seen Ingrid and Aussie in chat today. Yeah, we did. Yeah, there she is. Tell them, Aussie, how many of those have you gotten filled? And you're like, oh shit, I'm filled. Well, hell yeah, let's go. Right? Even the other day, what was that one that popped up and asked if you got it? Anyway, yes, and yes. All right? I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. That sound good? And get my brain right. We'll go ahead and put some of this Power of Will epic orchestral music for Unbreakable Spirit. You guys need an Unbreakable Spirit? I got you covered. Aussie says yes. Aussie says yes. Aussie says yes. All right, we're back. Back, and back. All right, so 6 trying to hold right now. It's trying to get a little bounce off this 6 area. Again, I like the $5.25 area, a little over 5 possibly for the bounce on Cupper. Cup R, CUPR. Still waiting on SpaceX, of course. That's going to be a little while. I have that on watch. SpaceX record IPO is set to draw over $350 billion in demand. So it'll be crazy to see. That's why I think this play, in my opinion, I just have this going up. So, let's see if we can just do this real quickly. All right, here we go. Waiting for SpaceX to go live. My prediction, I think it's going to go crazy today. There's a lot of demand for this. I think we open up minimum 135 to 150, could be higher. No higher than probably 200 or so. I'd be surprised if it does. Maybe could see a sell-off if we do open up over 200. I think this play goes parabolic up, though. I think we go see through 300. My high of the day is somewhere in the 400 plus range, even up to 500. So we'll see if we come back and I'm right. I'm looking to go long on some parabolic movement up on SpaceX. It's going to be a fun day. I say open higher than what it said at 135, and I'm saying this play goes up today. It'll see some down, but I think it goes more up and more green. We're waiting for SpaceX to go live. My prediction, I think it's going to go crazy today. There's a lot of demand for this. I think we open up minimum 135 to 150, could be higher. No higher than probably 200 or so. I'd be surprised if it does. Maybe could see a sell-off if we do open up over 200. I think this play goes parabolic up, though. I think we go see through 300. My high of the day is somewhere in the 400 plus range, even up to 500. All right. I need to keep like a market depth up just in case all of a sudden I miss it. And I'm like, oh, it's going, it's live, it's live. All right, sitting back and waiting. Woo, there's that bounce off 6. There's the bounce off 6. Did anyone take the bounce off 6? There's your bounce off of 6 right there. 6. God, I should have taken it, honestly. I just thought, well, I was like, okay, this looks like it could be weak here. This could get weak and come down to our 5s in that VWAP, which I would love. And nope, it's getting the bounce a little. I know it's not 6 on the dot. It's 610. This thing does have a little bit of a spread on it. You can see here. That's what happens when you have a spread. It usually won't come straight down to your area you want it to come down to. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. SpaceX is going to be the big one I feel everyone's going to be looking out for. So what I'll do down here, since VSME is just ugly as can be, we'll go to SpaceX right here, and we'll just put it on up. I will be going over to trade the pool sometime here relatively soon. They've already got 4 faces over there. I don't really think they need 5, so I know Nas will cover as long as he can. And same with Jesse. Steve and Dave, I think, will stay around pretty much, I would imagine, for the duration of the live stream we have going on. All right, sweet. Let's see here. I got that bounce for everyone in chat who missed it. Yes, good job. Good job, Cali Kid. Good job. Yeah, I would, because I would have won 1,000 shares. I don't know that I would have had 1,000 filled there, though, possibly. I probably would have had 607 as one of my order entries and 617, like I do at 517 and 507. So I don't know that I would have gotten my 1,000, or, you know, I want $900 trade today. Well, it could be multiple, but I wanted just one banger trade, so I get my 900, but it's not like it has to happen. But that was good. 6, and now we see it again, like I said, somewhere between 5 and 520. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Is Kevin no longer in TTP? Well, Paula, he's part of TTP, but it's called... Fuck, what's this called? Yeah, Chat with Traders podcast. So Chat with Traders... I think it's one of the, like, yeah, here it is. Chat with Traders. So this is where he's moved over to, is Chat with Traders right here. So, look at this, 272,000. So we got, so he's doing interviews over here. This is a podcast. So this is where he's interviewing people now. And I guess it's a podcast that goes daily. Like there's an actual podcast right here, right? That people listen to. So this is what he's a part of now. Interviewing people. I don't know the exact episodes and what he's doing. But this is definitely, I think, the biggest, or if I was told, the biggest podcast. I'm too damn busy. I don't listen to anything else outside of what I do daily, right? I don't have time for all this other stuff. Eventually, when I'm not streaming live and doing one-on-ones and all that stuff, yes, I could dive into this. You know, like when I first started into 2020, I would have time for this. And mother sucker, great bounce play, Cali kid, son of a bitch. If this hits 8 again, I will challenge the 6 bounce play. For sure. 6 was money. 6 was fucking money. That was a cool show. The kid that used to do it used to get some big names in the trading world. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, where's that guy at now? UBXG just did have a little bit of a pop-up. UBXG, so we see a little pop here from UBXG. Nice little pop-up from it. But yeah, who did Kevin replace and what's that guy doing now? That's a good question. Did that really not... I have no idea how that did not record. My internet was fucking up or something, it said. Okay, so I have to do this again. I swear. Yeah, the world we live in. Alright, SpaceX IPO prediction time. A lot of people wanting to come into this. You can see a lot of people demand 350 bit, whatever. So lots of people wanting to have this. I think we open minimum. It's saying 135. I think we open minimum like 150, somewhere up to 200. If we open up over 200, I'd see watch for a pullback out of the gate, possibly in a little. But I think this goes up. I have this shooting up to 400, 485, 500. This could be a big supernova day. A lot of people interested in this. And just look across the board. Small caps and large caps today aren't really doing a whole lot. I think a lot of people are looking at this biggest IPO drop ever. So in my opinion, again, it's going to open up higher than expected. And today overall, it's going to skyrocket up. SpaceX IPO prediction time. A lot of people wanting to come into this. You can see a lot of people demand 350 bit, whatever. So lots of people wanting to have this. I think we open minimum. It's saying 135. I think we open minimum like 150, somewhere up to 200. If we open up over 200. Is this one going to upload? AMD $30 move. Oh my good gosh almighty. AMD, did we see? I thought it was really dead out. Last time I looked at some of these tickers, they were dead out in the world. Yeah, AMD, pretty nice, good move up so far for the day. Apple, holy moly, that little, actually a crack out of the bell. Nothing too crazy though. I mean, just some moves here. ARM up for the day. It's crazy how much these plays can actually move now. The range on these plays anymore is really nuts. Meta, pretty good short out of the bell. So we're all over the place. Microsoft was a good crack out of the bell. SPY up and then back down. Really right back almost to open area. So nothing different there. Tesla, kind of an ugly chart today. MU back through 1,000. Love it, MU. All right, sweet. Let's go. How's ASTS looking today? It's down, so we have one of the space plays. I have to go through the board and see all these different space plays. We got a lot of them. NVDA, kind of an uglier chart. Hey, I called it out on ARM and AMD, though, in the morning alerts. I said watch for ARM and AMD to continue up and have that kind of downtrend break, found its lower low pattern, and now we're popping back on up. So nice, good moves today for both of those tickers. All right, we'll challenge the. I'll go at 6 again one more time. You know, I think I like the 6 area here for one more bounce. Facebook's actually down today. Might be worth the short. Ooh, okay, all right. Meta. AMD, that's a. It's crazy how big these tickers move when they start getting into. Is UBXG halted down, by the way? I had no idea UBXG is actually halted down. Okay. What's really weird is it's showing resumption price 722, but it's showing a negative 18%, negative 19. Now it's saying 675. Now it's saying 675. Okay, that wasn't making sense with the price and the actual percentage that it was going to be down. Well, not a lot going on today in the small caps. I'd say your best bet is going to be is Cupper. And I have no idea what's going on with my internet right now. Maybe I have to close out of Instagram possibly. I have no idea why it's not uploading this SpaceX prediction thing now. Very weird. Huh. Odd. Oh, is that? Is Facebook actually? Oh, all of it. Oh, that's why. Well, I'm glad I got those stories off earlier, but now it doesn't even fucking matter because no one can even fucking look at them. I thought Facebook was just down for the day. Now, okay, now I got you. Okay, making sense. Making sense now. Well, at least I got stories up for half a second. Son of a bitch. It's like, what? Come on. Oh, well. Guess I can tell everybody on X. X is still up. X is still up. Share this. We'll like it. We'll re-comment. Whoa, anybody get filled there on Cup R? Cup R, did anybody just get filled there? Cup R, did you just, guys, did you get filled? Cup R, did you get filled there, peoples? Hey, peeps, did you just get filled? Damn it, no! 620 was the low, you fucking... I had 617 and 607. Did anyone get filled on round 2? Motherfucker! Fuck! I'm gonna fucking go yell at the umpire right now. Hey, it's fucking safe! What are you fucking talking about, ump? You fucking blind? How'd you not see him? The fucking off by a mile. I think my fucking dead grandma on the grave for the last 10, 15 years now saw that. Safe! Safe! Fuck you! No, fuck you! You tell me I'm out? You're out, you fucking jackass! Yeah, go eat your grandma's go, yeah, get out of here! Fucking whatever your granny cooks for you. You still living with your grandma, aren't you, ump? Go eat your granny's fucking food. Damn it! 1,000 shares right there. I'd have been up a quick, $500. 6 AOC Onyx didn't get. I didn't get it. Damn it. Did anyone get filled though? I canceled. I just canceled my orders. I have the ones at 517 and 507 still. Man, fuck you. Shit. Son of a bitch, so close. Oh well. We'll go for the fivers. Hey! It makes sense. We're streaming live with the fivers today. Let's go with the fivers. We'll keep it there. I'll keep my 5 in. Same thing. 517, 507. Just like clog. Good job, Max. Good job, Max. Fuck! Fuck you! Damn it! Damn it! There goes my 1K trade too, right there. There goes my 1K trade. Well, Max, good job, bud. Called it out. Called it out. Aussie, did you take it? I know you like those bounce plays. Did anyone else was Max the only one that got filled? Shit. How did it only hit 620? Boy, UBXG just dying off right there. UBXG is halted down again. It is. Yowza. Zendu's resumption scanner all fucked up today. It's showing 9. UBXG showing 9 for resumption price. 9. Oh, I'm driving. Oh, where are you driving to? She says, I'm rolling, 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 going to the store, listening to Josh as I drive to the store. Damn it! Damn it, team! That, oh my god, if I would have got, I'm on a fuck. Damn it, that was perfect. That hurts. That does hurt a little bit, I will say. That does hurt a little bit. I literally was about to get my tweet out. Now back to X, motherfucker. Oh, that hurts. That was a $1 bounce play. Oh well. I'll forget about it later. It just hurt. It always hurts so bad in the time of because I'm streaming live with you guys. Yeah, go back on down to 5s now. Watch it bounce at like 6. Watch it come down fully to like 6:05 this time and bounce again. Now that I canceled my orders and just really fuck with me. Let's retweet. This is what I want to do with my own quote. And say. Oh man, what's up, Sterling? How we going? How we doing? Man, we just missed it. Well, some of my traders caught it. I had to order at 617 and 607 for the dip buy off of this area, and it hit 620, and then goes up for a fucking $1. So I just yelled at the ump. I just yelled at the umpire. The motherfucker was safe, and then I got kicked out. The ump kicked me out for cussing at him and telling him he was, real short and blind, and I don't remember what I called him anymore. We went off on a real good strong tangent. Real good strong tangent right there, I said, let me tell you something, motherfucker. Oh, everyone's doing this one now. Aussie chick. Look at this. Now everyone's putting this out. I love this. Everyone's doing this gift now. This right here is actually a video of Aussie chick's mom dancing. So I know she doesn't like showing it off, but Aussie, you gotta admit. Aussie's sister is Ray Gun too, by the way. Aussie's sister is Ray Gun. Great dancers in Australia. She doesn't know if she wants to go backwards, forward, side to side. She actually says stocks go up and down, and they also do go around. She doesn't know that I say stocks go up and down, not around. See, she doesn't know about stockalooyas. This poor lady is just, I think she's stuck in a bad dream dimension somewhere. You gotta love it. Oh, Aussie, you gotta love it. It's fun stuff, though. I'm just messing with her. It just goes back to the Ray Gun thing. Was that the 2024? That's crazy. That's been 2 years ago now. Is it not nuts to think about how time flies? That was 2024 when Ray Gun, if y'all remember in the Olympics, and Aussie is obviously, she's from Australia. And we were giving her such a hard time about that, in chat. And this is back over at Tradecast where you could do gifts and stuff. Yeah, that's just nuts. That was 2 years ago now. 2 years ago since the Olympics. That just blows my mind, to be honest. It straight up blows my mind. Hey, ho.
Thank you.
That was hilarious. These tweets that people put out. All right, so we're still holding this. It's almost like 625 is where the true support's coming in at. Finding a good bottom here. So we could put lines in here if we really wanted to on Aiken and I will go downtrend over. Whoa, Joshua, that's not the way you should have started it though. They love something about like that right there. And then I'd come in here and do just a true horizontal line. To be honest, now I'm just completely messing up because it's like I haven't put lines in fucking 18 years over here or something. Boom, something about like that. And then same here for Cupper. It's kind of the same thing in my opinion. You can come over here and put the support line in right around the 630-ish mark, right? And then we will have... I'll start it from here, although you could go from true high of day if you wanted to. Whatever you want to do. It's up to you, dudes and boos. There's your... Those are the lines to trade. Those are your lines to trade right there. SB seems saying for... Oh, okay. All right. Well, like I was saying, I mean, I have... between 150 and 200 for the open. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, and then maybe Paul is right where all these orders come in before it's truly open for the public, and it opens up at like 270 because there's just all these orders and they're trying to match them before it actually even goes live. UBXG is kind of the crazy one for the day. UBXG is a little crazier guy for the day here. This is definitely providing for a little bit more of the juicy sauce, halting up, halting down. I'm going to leave it alone because it's not giving you the full, almost like the full experience, but the full, truly the full gap halt experience that we've been wanting. So I'm just leaving this one alone. Definitely can give you 30, 40, 50 cents, even $1. I'm waiting on 5 bounce back up to 6. For Cupper. That'll just take the one trade for the day. Jay Webb, what's up? Was the best part of 24? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was good stuff. That's just crazy how time flies. It seems like it was yesterday. It was 2024. Even like with the Groot situation. Like when I say Groot, it's like it's been a year since more than he's passed, but like I said his name almost every day for fucking like month. It's like, and that all started in at the end of I think the Olympics were, here's what's crazy. The Olympics were just over because when we came back, the day me and fucking Group got back, this is fucking crazy. I have a video of it. The day me and Group got back, Tuesday was the surgery, right? And Monday was I had to go, this was crazy. So Monday, they wanted to make sure everything was good themselves. So I went over there Monday at close. 5 o'clock I was there. Got out and I said, I don't want to stay the night here. That'd be like, I just didn't want to do it. So I was like, you know what? I'll drive back. And this is what I can't believe I even did this. Now looking back, should just stayed there. Drove back home. On the way home, there was a fire, like on the not the interstate, but pretty much, but like the median. They closed the fucking interstate down for like 30 fucking miles. I had to take some back ass fucking road. I've never, anyway, took me a lot. I didn't get home till like 8:30, essentially, something like that. You should have gotten home probably around like 7:30. Didn't come till like 8:30, something like that. Drove back the next morning for surgery. All went well. Had to stay the night because the next morning they wanted to make sure I was good before I left. So I did stay that. Anyway, when we finally got home on Wednesday, just long journey there. We got home on Wednesday. The fucking opening ceremony. This is crazy. I'm getting goosebumps. Opening ceremony of the Special Olympics were on. Right? So you're seeing these people that are missing maybe a limb or whatever it is. And I'm crying, tearing up, whatever with Groot. Just going like, oh, Groot, oh my God, look. It was crazy. So yeah, it was the regular Olympics were all over. I shouldn't say ours, but the regular Olympics were over, and the Special Olympics were just starting that day. I had the opening ceremony, literally the day I got home with Groot. I was like, that's so crazy. And here we go. If I would have left my orders in, I literally just laughed about this. It's not going to be maybe a big bounce here. I will cry if this mode goes, not really, but I will be like, motherfucker, and cuss out another ref for an ump. I'll come back on the fucking field, and they'll have to kick me out of another game. But the 6 is sexy. 5 will be sexy too, in my opinion, as well. Just built up really nicely there. What's up, Joe? Probably I'm not in, but if someone took that short look up or step lost the entrance. There we go. See, Max, do you have any plans to trade? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm going to trade it. I'm going to get in like 10 shares, but I'm only going to day trade it. This isn't like a long-term investment. Like I've been saying, I'm going to be trading this like I trade small caps. I'm looking for very volatile, crazy movement on SpaceX. I'm looking for like I said, open between 150 and 200, maybe a quick sell-off. And you better believe if I see a halt up, I'm trading it. Now, again, I'm only going to go in like 23 shares or something like that, depending on how high it gets before I decide to get in. 10 would be like the minimum I'd get in. 23 would probably be the max. And we'll see what we get. But yeah, I'm for sure, especially on the live stream on Trade the Pool, because who knows when it's going to happen. So like I said, I have the SpaceX level 2 market depth pulled up there. So I'll go ahead and just put 23 in right now. So not 233, 23 in right now. So 23 in, looking for a gap and go, looking for just a bangerang sauce. Like I said, I'm looking for this to boom. Are we back up on Meta yet? Does anyone know? Is Meta back up? I don't think so. Nope. Son of a bitch. Well, maybe it pops up before. There you go. Yeah. Maybe it'll open back up. I just want to put my prediction price out there. I should have fucking did it yesterday, I guess, last night. Should have come in here and teased everybody for today. Yeah, it's not back up for me yet. I'm still struggling over here. Like, it won't pull up, like, Trade the Pool's information, like in their stories. Something went wrong. They're like, Arkansas, you won't get it for a minute. We're working on California and New York and some other more important states where we have a lot more people. Oh, motherfucker! All right, let me tell you something, you fucking stupid fucking ump. Motherfucker, you fat tub of lard. Go eat some more fucking fried chicken and mashed potatoes, you fat fuck, cornbread, all the butter you can get. Yeah, diabetes, blind ass motherfucker. Gosh damn it. Damn. If 5 does not bounce up $1, I'm gonna fucking listen. I'm gonna really start yelling. 6, what a sexy move here at 6. Sexy move here. Now the downtrend's kind of moved right there. Facebook, yeah, mine isn't working. Mine's still out. Maybe because again, it's like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it is that way. But yeah, mine down, still out, not working. They said something went wrong. What's wrong, Jebediah? Okay, maybe we're working now. I think we're working maybe now. Let's see here. Maybe? No, I don't know. It's like, the stories are playing now, but when I go to my homepage, damn, Jonathan Cooper, what are we doing? Arrested for the second time this month, so a good Denver Bronco player. Will face 2 additional charges, including felony charge of second-degree assault from arrest last week. Yeah, nothing's opening up for me right now. Like, even ESPN's acting weird. Why is it? What is going on my end of things right now? I'll try to post this one more time. See what we get. We'll just do this. Test, fart. See if that uploads. It's really quick and short. If it's going to upload, it should. Yeah, that one's definitely not going to upload. That's trying to bring up a former one. Test. So it's let me play other stories. Now let's see if this uploads. Is it going to upload? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Is there any sentiment mover with SpaceX or ETF? Yes, Paula, and I forgot what they are. That's why you'll need to come over to the Trade the Pool stream. I can't remember. There's so many of them, Paula. So yes, there are definitely. Yeah, it's still not getting anything. Still not getting anything here. They're still fucking me. Oh well. I'll go back to it. I will go back to it. But yes, there are definitely other plays that we can look at. And then even just other big space plays like I was talking about. NASA could be one of them. ASTS could be one of them. There's a lot of other space plays out there other than ASTS. ASTS. I know NASA's one of them for sure. I can't remember what there's a few of them out there, though. I can't remember them all. Let's see. I hope someone hacked it and it never comes back. I need it, though. I unfortunately need it. I have to have social media for what I do. Until I'm done streaming live, you know, us and Trade the Pool, we need social media. It's how we grow, unfortunately. Gosh damn it, Cup R. Well, if you left your orders in, it was beautiful here. I guess, again, if you just want to trade, I just don't have that mentality of, well, I'm going to keep testing it until finally it cracks and I lose one. You can trade that way if you want to, though. You know, it's up to you. Like, I'm going to keep shorting into this downtrend until it finally breaks and I lose. DX, yeah, there's going to be other, and there's going to be a lot of companies too that I know that we'll bring up over on the Trade the Pool stream, because yeah, they're just over there just shooting the shit right now, which is good. So, cool. Sweet. All right. Going over to Trade the Pool soon. Go over to Trade the Pool soon here. I can't believe Cupper. That son of a gun. Oh well, at least we call it out. We know what we're looking for. Bounce plays, and that's the one cool thing I love to see. Bounce plays still working. I said bounce plays still working. Bounce plays, they're bouncing. Bounce plays, they're bouncing. Let's see here. Sweet. All right, any questions you guys have? Any questions? Any stocks you want to go over? We're all over it with Cupper. Aiken's nice. We'll move these around since I know we like Cupper a little bit more than Aiken. Aiken still, they both have the same sort of channel to them as well. As you can kind of tell here, the downtrend and the support line, the downtrend and the support line. So we are in that make or break area for the most part here, coming up for Cup R 100%, as we're getting really tight in this wedge. I'm hoping for a pullback down to 5, obviously. If it squeezes and goes for more, I'll cry, knowing that I called out the 6 once we were up at highs. I said, okay, let's take 6 again. And then Aiken's getting into that crack territory potential. UBXG still working its way. It's working its way up the uptrend. Hard to say that really fast when you talk a million miles an hour. Really not a lot else going on in the small cap sector. Large cap plays for the day. I'm going to get rid of Baya, because Baya, you die. You are dead as can be. All right, AMD starting to top off a little bit here toward this hour or so after the opening bell. Seeing if we have some sort of like continuation mover. Microsoft, Meta, PLTR. A lot of plays moved down at the bell, but they're just flat out to the right now. Tesla's been a little choppier on the way down today. PLTR, I've already looked at that one. NVDA, that one was, yeah, okay, that was down, up. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that was, I should say, yeah, down, up, and now consolidating. A little all over the place today. Google was down, now back up pretty close to open, sitting there sideways. Almost kind of like in some like sideways consolidation. Now everyone's starting to get, okay, we made our first move of the day. Everyone's traded now. Like SPY sitting sideways. It literally looks like, okay, we've made our move for the day. I am done trading my typical SPY, AMD, ARM, NVIDIA, whatever. And now I'm waiting for SpaceX. I'm truly waiting for SpaceX to open up. And for me, it's what I'm waiting for too. I will take the 5 bounce on Cupper, 5,520 area. Other than that, SpaceX, waiting for that. Got J Webb, Moali, Paula in chat, Mike Hicks, my man, Mr. 23. He knows why I'm going 23 shares. The Onyx, Max, how we doing? Of course, Joe, Florida Joe in chat. Saline, Aussie chick there. Sterling from earlier, just to pop on in for a minute. Other cousin. And everyone else in chat. James, of course, their other cousin. I should say Cali Kid there in chat. Onyx, Smoked Tuna, all the way back to the beginning here. James was here earlier. Luis. Eddie. Das a good other cousin. Yeah. Okay, we got everybody. Pretty fun little full day here. A little bit more. Yep, the best. Oh yeah. Well, 7 for me. I like 7. 7 just because the number. I like the way it looks. It's singular. I like the way it sounds. 7. John Elway for sure. But yeah, 23 would be next. Because see, the 23 is like, then I'm like in my head, I'm like, well, 2 and 3 aren't, I don't like 2 or 3. So, so like, that's just me. I think too far into it. That's why I like the number 77 or 7D. Because just, there's my 7 showing up again. And it's just a 7 or 2 7s. Because 0, that's not really a number. Is it? Is 0 really a number? Let's see how I'm watching that one as well. Yeah. It'll be a fun day. That's why I'm still watching, which I will move back over to pretty much all space plays once SpaceX opens up. I'll still keep a small cap ticker, maybe possibly something on watch, but I'm gonna have like on this side, I'll have SPY up, but then I'll have like 6 different. I'll be looking at 6 to 7. I'm sure 5, 6, 7 different space related plays. Join us on Trade the Pool here in a minute. I'll put that link out there. Don't forget, we have Friday Night Live. That is so fun. Every Friday night, myself, Kevin, speaking of Kevin, Paula, Florida Joe joins us. Kevin, or it should say Caesar joined us. Alejandro joins us. J-Trade joins us sometimes. We got a lot of traders that join us on Friday Night Live, so come join us tonight. Steve joins us on Friday nights. So a lot of good trading information, and of course, just having fun. We're going to be talking tonight SpaceX, and our question of the week was, what is SpaceX's closing price today? Got it all over the board. Most at around 300 and higher. Just so you know. There's my Instagram, my X, YouTube, my website. So if you need to find me, if you want any information from me, that's where you're going to find it. Here's also my website for one-on-ones. I've been doing one-on-ones since 2021. 5 years of doing them. It's also where you'll find my morning alerts, which are 30 a month, and of course, my live stream, which is 70 a month. So take advantage if you want to sign up. Here we go. 30 a month for the morning alerts. Of course, we know we have traders up. One trader, Rick C., up the most, up millions. And I literally mean millions of dollars, bought a yacht with, or whatever it's called. Anyway, it's a big-ass nice boat. He's made millions off of the morning alerts. They're only 30 a month. They give you levels every single day, what to trade, what I'm looking for, what you should be looking for. Banger killer alerts, 100%. Mainly giving you levels is the key, especially when it comes to large caps. The live stream's only 70 a month. If you want half a year, it's 350. For the full year, it's 700. A full year of alerts and the live stream is 1,000, saving you 2 months off each, which is pretty nice. And of course, there are the one-on-ones that I still offer. That is the main page to book any of the services that I do have. J-Web. There's a cutie on there too. There's a cutie on there. A cutie? What were we talking about, J-Web? There's a cutie on where? Oh, you're talking about Alejandra. I love it. I thought you were talking about me. I'm the sexiest beast on that mother. But yeah, Alejandra. A lot of people think she's pretty. I love it. Bringing that spice to the after hours. And other live streams too, by the way. Thanks to this guy over here paying it forward, because that's what I do, you know. I say, hey, you know what? Come over on my live stream. Now she's getting paid. Friday night stream, yeah. Hey, we'll try to get more girls on for you guys. I know you guys want to look at some pretty ladies. I get it. I get it. So I almost want to say my buddy and me. I'm trying to get filled here before I go over to SpaceX's live stream with the dudes. See if we get a bounce play here, guys. I'm waiting for the 5 dip. If I get filled, come on down. You're the next contestant on I Want to Trade a Bounce Play today. Bouncing, speaking of, off of the support line at 2150 is AKAN. If we do not bounce here on the way down over the next, I'll give this 5 more minutes, because I'm sure the guys are probably starting to wonder, like, Josh said he was coming over. Where the heck is Josh at? We already have 5 faces on there, you know. I think Nas is going to stick around possibly till it opens, but we still don't know when that's going to be. I don't want to put too many freaking faces on the board. 5, I mean, would we be too scrunched with 5? I guess you could throw me up there, but you wouldn't be able to see the chat. So, I'm just like, man, how do I fit into that space over there? We already have a lot of heads going on. Max, I think he's talking about you. Oh, yeah. Well, for sure. I need to shave, but some people like the facial hair on me. I don't like to go full beard anymore. I think I'm best clean shaved up to about this, where it gets to that full 5 o'clock shadow, where it's like, okay, it's about time to shave. And it's time to shave. I got the tan going on now, so I get it. But Alejandra's gorgeous. I love her. I love her. She's a good girl, too. She's really sweet. She can cook. She works out. You know, she trades. She's a stock trader, or like whatever you want to call it, futures trader, whatever. She invests. Single and ready to mingle. I don't know how much she's ready to mingle, though, all you single guys. Got out of a serious relationship. She's trying to, chill it out. Jason Statham. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. 100% of the cousin. You don't want to go full beard. Some guys can pull the full beard, that's fine. Good for them. I mean, I can grow a full beard. Just when I have it, it's not like those guys that can grow a full beard. Like the one guy on The Office, I think is a good example, right? I think he's good, right? I think this guy, he grows a beard, hasn't he? Yeah, here, this guy. Handsome man. For what he can go, boom, and he can go full beard. See, but he doesn't do the Josh good. He doesn't do the Jason Statham, he doesn't do the AK good. He has to be either full beard. This isn't a good look. That's not good. I can pull that off. But I can't pull this off. I don't know. It's just weird, right? I'm trying to pull this off though, right? That's what I'm trying to get to. But yeah, see, he can pull off both, right? You got the smooth face, right? He can do that. See, right here, that's still good, right? Starting to grow back a little bit. There we go. This guy pulls off the Statham pretty good. Carol, full beard, You can either full beard it, or you can Statham it, right? Or you just can't grow a beard like this poor guy. Dwight, no offense, but Dwight just needs to be beardless. There's some guys just can't grow any facial hair. And when they do grow it, because yes, they can grow it, but it's just like, don't grow that. That's just not, it's not working for you. It's not a good look. It's not. It looks like you're homeless. It looks like you can't grow a beard, essentially. Or a 5 o'clock shadow. Oh, man. I think we've talked about that, too, in the past. Speaking of, like, Mike Hicks and Aussie Chick back in the day, we've talked about that, the whole beard thing. Guys that try to grow facial hair, and it's, like, real scraggly. I know any of you girls, like, I've shown this off, and there's no girl that's into this. A guy that can barely grow a beard, facial hair. Let's see, pics. Here we go. I just literally Googled that. Yeah, like this. Yeah. What are we doing? What are we doing? Shave. What are we doing? Another example. Actually, which is so funny. He can't grow a beard. He can't grow facial hair. Babyface guy. I think maybe is babyface guys. They just what are we doing with this? What? And this is what I'm really talking about. This shit right here. What are we doing? That's gross. This is gross. Shave that. Okay, I get the attempt here. We're attempting. Very sadly. What? No offense. Earmuffs if you don't want TMI. That looks like some nutsack hair. That looks like something that grows off someone's butt cheeks. Okay? That ain't what you want to see on a face. You look at your balls and you see that, you go, ugh. You look at your booty cheeks and you go, why you got the ugly hair? Or you look at the old lady that's got a witch mole on her chin and she's got one of those hairs sticking off of it. That's what those hairs are. Those witch hairs. Those are little gross. What do you got a butthole in the middle of your... What are you doing? That you literally have a butthole in the middle of your facial hair. Okay? This guy. No! Can't grow it. Get out of my life. What is this? What is... What is this? I've seen it before, but why? What is the... Oh, and I've seen these too. What is this? That is not attractive. You think eventually that's just going to fill in? You think that's filling in, brother? maybe in 50 years. Okay, I'm tired of looking at this. It's gross looking. It's absolutely gross. That's hideous. No, shave that. Yeah, right. I know. Yeah. And there can be no female that is into that. There can't be. Okay, maybe. Okay, there are some weird people out there. Okay, there's probably a few far in between. Okay, but wow. I mean, I must say that's pretty terrible. Yeah, it is. That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. I'm gonna give it 5-10 more minutes here, and then I'm gonna go join the boys over at Trade the Pool. See what we got here. Nothing for the day in the small caps for the most part. Really relatively slow. We talked about this on Wednesday. Definitely talked about it yesterday. Aiken's still holding its channel. So this is really beautiful. We have two plays that are holding. And this now isn't just a full downtrend, right? So we see this. That's why I want that pullback out of it sooner than we can get back in, so we can get back into it. So I'm going to give it about 5 more minutes, and I'm just going to call it. Just going to call it. Missed my bounce. I had orders in, so it's not like I wasn't trying to trade. And I did like, oh, no, I had orders in. I canceled them here because it didn't get filled. And then after I canceled, we still saw a dollar bounce play. Like an ass that it is. Here is our true downtrend line with our now sandwich area built in. Old support is now going to become resistance. Right around that 625 mark. And if we stay in this downtrend for the next 5 minutes, I'm giving it to 50 after. I'm done. I'm going to be done, and I'm cool. I'm good. I'm amped and gamped and ramped, and I want to save my energy for SpaceX. Okay? I want to save the rest of my energy for SpaceX. Terrible. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Absolutely horrendo. Horrendo Mindo. Carshindo. You know it's not though, and it's been 2 years.
It's a very decent sound. This is it. All right. All right.
Name that vehicle, because that didn't sound terrible. That sounded absolutely like harmony to the ears. Tell me right now, team, what vehicle was it? I'll give you $5,000 if you can guess in the next 5 minutes. All right, she's not bouncing. She's liquidating right there at 535. I want to worry about SpaceX now at this point, team. If you want to trade 5, do it. Keep your orders in. I would go just smaller. I was trying to go in 1,000 shares. It's starting to look a little weak now overall off in this downtrend, right? And now you're going to start running into 530s, 550s possibly. Could be now resistance on the way up. So just trade it small and say, hey, I want to get a trade in. I didn't trade today yet. 5 and then 4 are your bounce plays. It's 4, 5, and 6. Trying to break the downtrend is Aiken. Akon and Young Cheese. Hey, baby. Hey, I really like you. All right, I want to show this off real quickly because, man, God, I want one of these so bad, and I want it now. All right, so we'll go to theater mode. This looks like it's in Pennsylvania, by the way.
You came here for this. Race. Open up the flaps. Flick it into manual. And then bloody. What the wow. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm going to make this a bit brighter.
Y'all see the steering wheel rip, right? Do you see it? Watch the steering wheel when he gets on it right here. Absolutely bloody awesome. Watch it. I mean, the car went side. When he hammers it, you can tell the car's going sideways a little bit there.
You she stayed happy. Massacres. Okay. This is special. So let's do a special little launch control. Yo. Oh my goodness. This is brutal. Dixie car their lawns. The Novitec F8 fiber piece over here, you kind of wonder why? Because there is an indentation, then there's just nothing. Little triangular, giving it a nice masculine stance. This part as well is now, which is just have a look at the back. Just make
guy just riding his bike going on by. But yeah, oh my god, I want an F8 so bad. I want to, if I get a convertible. I used to as a kid, of course, like as a kid, you're like, convertibles are so cool. Let's get a convertible. But of course, then you get into like supercars and you're like, you don't want a convertible. You want a carbon fiber hood or something like that, roof or whatever. But if I did get one convertible, that would be the one. Although the Cayman whatever GT4 Spider, the GT4 RS Spider is pretty badass. But I would get the F8 if I had to choose between an F8 and a GT4 RS. Convertible, that is, anyway. Any last questions? I'm about to head over to the Trade the Pool live stream, take a small little micro break here into the top of the hour. Then I'm going to go join those guys. We missed our bounce play right here, so I canceled my orders. And funny, of course, sure enough, you got to love how stock trading works out. It comes down a little bit lower. Actually would have gotten filled perfectly all orders and gets a dollar bounce play. So we do finally find, and this is what I want to teach and preach, a technical sound play. It wasn't too great at first until we find a resistance up top that we come back down and bounce off of decently. Not great, again, because I was trying to put orders in there, right? And then I was trying to even market order in. And then so we do it again here at 6. It really starts to come at this liquidation sweep on this little quick move down, right around 630. And then, yeah, we do go a little lower than 630, but right around there, 630-ish area was the main support. So then we can see nice, support coming in. Then to see that this support area now becomes resistance on the way down. So this is finally at least one of the first of the week that has a technical sound set up to it. A lot like INHD on Monday. Of course, INHD went bananas and went more and more and more. But this still a decent move on a Friday after we had a lot of trash, in my opinion, show its face toward the end of this week in the small cap sector. Are there any last questions? Of course, I'm going to have my live stream up all day. And what I'm going to do is put the audio up for SpaceX. Or the Trade the Pool stream, I'll put the audio up. And most likely, since it's slower, I'll even probably put the live stream somewhere over here. So at least if you're on my stream, you have something up and you're listening to something all day. If you didn't want to go over to, if you're like maybe like Aussie Chick and you're driving around or you're traveling or something, and you're not wanting to really care about chatting with the group or, chiming in, you can go to Trade the Pool if you want to, but then I'll also have it here on my live stream. Yes, you too. Yeah, and that's all I was looking for today, team. Actually, like I said, I was looking for one trade. I wanted the halty, gappy type of play. We didn't get it. And then we found a good technical sound setup play for a bounce play. I had orders in, didn't get filled, canceled them, and then so it is what it is. But again, it's all I was looking for today. Let's hone in on one ticker. Let's try to find one good trade. What I love to trade, which is bounce plays. And we had a couple of them, honestly, today in the end with Aiken and Cupper. Every time I say Cupper, I feel like I'm in like a Disney movie, and it's a Disney movie's character like, Cupper! Seems stuck in consolidation, so I've been sitting out. Cool. Yeah, I mean, SPY, I'm looking at SPY right now, and we're kind of chopping around, trying to get to new high of day, but then still even reversing off of that. A little uglier today in the SPY, but again, we have other large caps that are doing pretty decent, that made some pretty good moves up at the bell, and now ARM's still making new high of day. So we had some decent moves from large caps, but nothing that's just saying, hey, this is the one, oh, we missed it. And then for you, yeah, SPY, futures area, that's all similar looking charts overall. pretty much, yeah, stuck. Pre-market low was a good bounce off the SPY. I don't know how that looks to to the Qs, but SPY had a great bounce off pre-market lows. I should say pre-market lows, and then we could see maybe we got close to a reversal off a pre-market high. So that's working on SPY today, and yeah, truly just range bound, staying between pre-market low and high. Essentially, is my point. Yeah, have a good weekend. If you're out, stick around. If you again, I'll be around all day. I will, of course, going over the Trade the Pool stream, waiting for SpaceX to go live. And whenever it goes live, we'll cover it for a while. We're going to leave that stream up like myself. I'll leave mine up all day long. At some point, I'll come back here on the stream with you guys and pop in on my own stream before I go over to Trade the Pools again. Because this afternoon, me and Steve will do afternoon power hour commentary and see exactly where SpaceX closes for the day. Because I'm sure it'll still be fun all the way up until power hour. And then, of course, in power hour. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, I was trying to market order in too. I was like, oh god, I'm funny. Luckily, I didn't market order into EDHL. I was trying to put limit orders in, and I did put limit orders in after. And I was like, what are we doing here? So I just was a little behind the 8 ball today because I was expecting I was looking for on my market order area, my order entry boxes. I had the Supernova plays. I wasn't looking at Cupper. And by the time Cupper finally does what I want it to do, I'm like, oh, yeah, let me get Cupper up now. That was so quick. Unfortunately, by the time I was looking at it, it happened too quickly. I wish I would have market ordered in, and I was trying to, again, but I had the wrong order up. Yeah, you think 520 to 820? So we're on the right ticker for the day, and I told you there goes the bounce. Just didn't quite liquidate down, hit 525. So just not getting to my orders at times. I'm all over it, though. I don't really, that's all okay. I mean, it's okay. It's all good. I'm not going to be a big baby because I didn't get a good trade in today, and this week's been stupid good. So there's nothing I can complain about. So boom, we'll put that up for the week. It's a bangarang of a week right there, so you can't complain about that week. Let's see where the biggest trades are. There we go. There's some big trades for you there. Or at least that's not the full, that's just some exits of trades, right? DXST was one of my bigger ones of the week. One of my bigger daddies. Man, we're all over the bounce plays, though. Fucking money. Freaking money on the bounce plays. Oh, we're so fucking money, don't even know it, you're money. Make this a little smaller. There we go. Boom. That way I can put the Trade the Pools live stream right here, essentially, and we'll be able to still kind of see Cupper's chart. Cupper's still going, though. We're all over it with the bounce plays. And yeah, 520 was money. I just wanted a little bit lower. Here, but we're all over it. That's all I care about. It's just long as I'm seeing the levels. If I don't get filled, that's fine. Because look what happens when I do get filled. 9,000. This trade right here alone. What's that? 12,650. That's 1,300. What? I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot in one trade. So, hey, we'll get more. More are coming. And again, we're alerting it ahead of time. The 620 area, the 520 area, right? We're all over it. We're all over it, baby. All right, boom. We'll go TTP live stream for SpaceX IPO. All right. I'm taking a small little break before I go over to Trade the Pool real quickly. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. Otherwise, there's Trade the Pool's live stream. Come on over there. Of course, just stay here in my lobby. Lots of views today so far. Hey, beautiful. How are we doing? It's like they know where to find Dad. That's what the cute thing is. They hear me and they're like, oh, there's where Dad is. He's back in his office. Cast thoughts. Let's go to Cast. Hey, baby. I know. I'll come out there and see. I'll come see you for just a second. Oh, Cast here. Okay, cool. Cast away. Probably no news on this either. It looks like a no news chart. And it is. Bounce play would be off the $1.90 mark. So either the $1 or 90-cent mark would be your bounce areas. 90 cents and $1 on the way up here in this really crazy ugly chart. Resistance on the way up. We're only going to come in probably off that right here at 120. Again at 135 into 140. And here we go. So we're live here. So there you go. So I would say your next resistance is going to be around 135 into 140. Over that, watch for a move into around 165 into 170 for, what's this? Cast. China cast. Oh, shocking. Another Chinese pump and dump. Another Chinese pump and dump. Just be careful with this one. Just be careful with this. Hey, we still have UBXG still on watch here too. So UBXG still trying to move. Not fully done yet for the day. Aiken not fully done yet for the day. We'll put Cast over here. I'll keep that on watch. It is moving up nicely now, up 100% on the day. Overtaking Aiken really, obviously. So we'll go to Cast here for now. And then we'll go to... Yeah, chill out, Margot. Jeez. Rush. Yeah, there we go. So, oh, look at that. 135, 140 resistance coming into play for you shorters up top. And there you go. Jack! That'll probably come into play, too, right here overall. If we sweep back down below 115, that definitely will see a double top and most likely be the high of day, I would imagine, for now. Good job. Good job, team. Easy, slow day. Oh, nope, we're staying up. This may go for more. Like, it's just a Chinese pumping up. I bet the float on this is low, if I'm not mistaken. I'd bet it's low. Cast float. Oh, 15 mil. Not too bad. I figured it'd be lower than that, to be honest. 15 mil is what it's showing on Trade Ideas. MU thoughts it made a huge move yesterday. Oh, I'm just long term on MU. So MU's long for me. I don't know if how often you're around, Eddie. I told every trader back on Cinco de Mayo, I put out a morning alert to everybody on my morning alerts on WhatsApp to get in on a dip buy. And that's all the way back here. I am in right here, Eddie. This is my entry price on my Trade the Pool Swing account. I got in here on this pullback on 6:30. I gave the alert this day right here on Cinco de Mayo. Said long term it's going to go to 1,000. Most likely in the end could go to 1,250. Why those morning alerts are... I mean, this alone paid for morning alerts for a year if anyone would have got in with me. It's just like SMCI, NVDAs of the day, back in the day. But this was my alert for you guys to get in for the long. Now, I mean, do you want to day trade it? Do you want to swing it? If you're wanting to swing it, I'd tell you to come back down here. I mean, there's no point to get in at 900. That's way too high up to get in. You know, for a day trade, it'd be different. You know, bounce play back off pre-market low. Look at this, beautiful. This is what I teach and preach, right? Boom, 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 right? So that would be your dip area for MU. And we start to do this too a lot. We've done this a lot where we create a high and after hours or in pre-market, and then we fail at it yet again in market. You can see good failing here, fail, 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 support, support, support. So now that right there, I would say if you're looking for a quick scout, watch over 995 for the move to 1K, over 1K, you know, to 1010, 1020. Dip buy back at 960. If you're wanting to like get in with me long term, yeah, I don't know that we test this 850 area. I don't know that we test this 850 area again. I don't know what we do. I think we continue this higher low pattern up here, as you can see that we're on overall, and we continue to shoot. So maybe 950 ends up being the dip. You know, this kind of sandwich area right through here could end up being the last good dip buy. I love it, though. It's long-term for me, my man. Long-term, it's a swinger. It's been, yeah, I've been yelling for about a month, well and a half, I'd say, about this play and this play. This play, I've been in these two plays now since Cinco de Mayo. Well, this play was after. This play was right around here is where I got in. Somewhere in here is where I got in. Because, like, man, I don't know this play is going to pull back. We keep coming down and back on up. It was like 223, something like that. It was one of this, I think it was this day right. No, it was this day right here. No, it was right here. Yeah, it was this day. Right here. This day. And this bull flag. Where's it at? Right here. This day. Got in thinking it was going to break. Didn't, came back down. I was like, oh, well, maybe I'm going to be wrong. Then the next day I was like, yes, we did it. But I thought we were finally, because we kept tapping up here. I'm like, I'm just going to get in. I think it's going to happen today into after hours. And it didn't. But yeah, this was the other play for a long-term move up. Was ARM. And we sitting pretty. So I think both those were just my long-term swing plays that I've been yelling about for a while. I know I'm not, free all the time on Fridays, but those are my chef kisses go-tos. And MU, yes, thoughts long-term, get you a dip buy and try to get in with this. That's what I would say. Steve's in, didn't get as good as me, but Steve got in. I think he may have been in and out. There's other people though, like on the Trade the Pool. There've been a few people that are. We've been on that one. We've been on that one. All right, Dave's out, so now there's a face finally missing on. I can finally go over. All right, time to go over to Trade the Pool. Dave is out. I have time to replace his face on Trade the Pool. I'll be over there, back here in just a bit. Lost boys or girls, if you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'll see you back on Monday, or if it's a free day. Next Friday, we're off. Next week, it's a 4-day week. Next Friday is Juneteenth. We are off, but we will be doing a special live stream over at Trade the Pool. So just so you guys know, there will be no live stream for myself, but there will be a live stream on Trade the Pool next Friday to talk about the discount and stuff that we're doing. And, talk about the who won, because the week is done at that point. So the Trading World Championship that we're doing, that's the last day for traders, because we're closed. So we're going to, there's no market. We're just going to get up and talk probably for like an hour or so, if that. And just talk about ourselves, and say, hey, who won the tournament, and congratulate them and that kind of thing. So we'll be live next Friday. I will not be. Next Friday, market is closed. It's a 4-day week for you guys. So if you're out, have a good one. I won't be free again until 2 weeks from now. 2 Fridays from now, I'll have another free live stream for you guys. Let's go over to Trade the Pool. See you over there in just a bit.
what was it, 40% in like 4 or 5 minutes, 7 minutes or something. They went on to go 400% or 300%. It's no skin off my back. I just it happens every day. There's a 400% move every day. And say hello.
Where's my $400 SpaceX, Josh?
Yeah, I got the crowbar ready.
Where is it, buddy?
Oh,
Come on, buddy.
any day now.
Oh,
Josh, did you just crack the market? We just
I got sound
reversed.
issues.
We
Be
tried
right
to
back.
break out, and then he came on. So careful. Danger, Will Robinson. How you doing, Josh?
That's better.
Beautiful.
Oh, you got some allocation too there? Good. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Spicy.
Ooh, look
All
at
right.
that.
Okay. Well, money where your mouth is there. I'll take it then. I like that.
Woo!
470s
It
now.
is.
470s.
Okay, hold on. Let me do some math. So I have 170 shares times 470, 80K. Okay, I'll sell there. I'll sell that to you. I'll be okay with that. That'll be a little less than 4 times my money. I'll take that. I'll ship some over, maybe a beer with it, and that makes it the most valuable company on earth, right? That makes it like the biggest company to ever exist. 470. Cool. I'm all right with that. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
All right.
You're
Yeah,
for
my
it.
broker
Serious.
seems to have crashed on the web version. No, okay, there it is there. But the iPhone, again, just a PSA to, again, trade the pool traders. We have an iPhone app. Download it, even if you're not planning on trading from the app. I understand, like, hey, trading from an app is probably not ideal, but just have it because it was the same. I looked over at my broker and the screen was just blank, and I'm like, uh-oh. Have your phone app loaded up, ready to go. But I do see it here. But yeah, so I hope you're right. If we rip that high, I will definitely be breaking the rules and that they asked me very nicely not to sell these for 90 days, and I said, okay, sure, bud. And then I will, if we go to 4, whatever, I am definitely selling it before 90 days. In fact, if we double, I'm just going to take half off and be a SpaceX owner forever, and we'll see what happens from there. So. Mm-hmm.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom,
Boom,
kaboom.
kaboom. I like that.
While
Is
we're
that your, is
waiting,
that,
did
I
you
feel like if
guys?
you. Sorry, what's up?
Did everyone watch the? I was just while we're waiting for SpaceX. Everyone watched the MicroStrategy video that came out where
Oh,
the
no, I heard it was
the
some
guy
big.
was like, "I told you guys not to sell your Bitcoin. That doesn't mean my company won't sell its Bitcoin." And the
Oh.
memes from it are hilarious. That this guy's like just uh, completely undone and backed out. Right?
The worst part is he's right. It's like the worst person you know made a good point. It's like, yeah, of course he's going to say don't sell. Also, of course, he's obligated to mechanically if the asset, which he doesn't have direct control of, is in a bear market. Like he has obligations to his board. I'm sure to I don't know what the exact structure is, but like he doesn't. Sailor does not want to sell Bitcoin. That is one
No.
thing I do truly believe. I do not think that he's a snake oil salesman in that way. I think there's plenty of ways you could criticize him for being a con artist, but I do think he believes in Bitcoin, which is alarming. But hey, he's probably going to be right,
Well,
which is the worst part.
And
I guess he has been right.
well, so far, right? And
Yeah.
I'm on the record. I want a liquidation happen there, right? Where because I have cash and I will use that cash to buy the crap out of Bitcoin on a liquidation type of event, 100%. But I'm just going through. I'm trying to find any indication of the what is it? The CEO of Twitter, is that the guy Nick something here? Where is it? I just saw. Where was it? Jeez. Nikki, whatever. The guy, he's got like the black and white avatar. Nikita Bier.
Oh, Nikki Bear. Yeah.
Yeah, he, I guess he just tweeted a picture of him standing at the NASDAQ podium with SpaceX ready to go. So great.
Nice.
That might mean
Oh.
we're getting up there. I haven't, Walter Bloomberg didn't tweet for some time. So we're all waiting, man. Like, hurry up here.
Now let's go.
I'm
Let's
good.
go on.
Can either squeeze or dump, or both. Well, I said, did you crash the market? I was clickbaiting our audience to retain viewers. You're welcome, Josh Smith. I'm just a professional.
Wow,
that's all.
IWM. Wow. Look,
That's
meanwhile, and
that's
this
the
is
question.
this is the most market
Wow.
thing in the world that everyone's like, okay, SpaceX, big cap, tech, blah, blah. Meanwhile, small caps quietly making a new all-time high, up almost 2% today, just cranking here while just no one's looking, no one's paying attention, right? Don't notice the man behind the curtain. 2,000 of the world's largest stocks are just ripping to new all-time highs as we wait. So
2,000 of the worst stocks. So it's,
yeah.
it's not. What is it? Trash floats last. That's a little spooky. But
Mhm. Oh no, you don't. You're not, Josh. You're not IWM. You're IWC. That you live here. This is the micro caps. There is a world lower than basically the stuff your stuff you trade can't even make it to the IWM, right? So it's like they don't even let you guys into like the smallest, crappiest index. They throw you over here into the micro caps. Still doing great today. Look at that. Having a great day on micro caps.
it's like beyond AAA ball. You're just
Yeah.
playing out with some dudes. That's all. Directly. Oh God. You're You're out in the bleachers lip syncing to you're doing thirst traps on Twitter, on TikTok. That's what we followed to. No. You would be a good Savannah banana, and that is not an insult.
Man.
Oh, it's like a whole event designed to be my personal nightmare as an introvert. It's like the last thing I would choose to subject myself to. But Dave, all the more power to you if you like that. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You paying the taxes on it?
That's how that works.
No, but
What is your dignity worth, Michael? That's what he's
Hell
asking.
no.
About.
Even
I
if
was
you
asking
guys
how much to embarrass the hell out of myself.
But what I will do is I will take Steve out to a very nice restaurant. I'm sure you got some of those over there. I'm assuming.
One or two.
And-
In between the human waste
Yeah,
on the
well-
streets. San Francisco is actually a
Yeah.
very lovely place, and I'm looking forward to showing you around.
We'll yeah, for sure. I'll take him out to a very nice Trade the Spools sponsored dinner. We'll do some content there. Maybe you'll get one bar for me. That'll be all. I'll just no singing though. No one wants that. I'll get banned off the internet.
Oh, Michael, you are so wrong. We all want it, but I'll respect that. That's going to be a good time either way.
So someone's asking
we'll see how we're feeling after a drink or two. Maybe I can coax him, but
maybe people are asking what do I think about Sats, like the satellite company. Now, again, if you guys missed it, I did this presentation where essentially it shows there's a big study done, and the study kind of points to the fact that when a company goes public, if it's a large enough company, all of the other ones in its kind of orbit or its sector get creamed. And so we're seeing that today, right? I did this morning before the market opened. So I hope someone noticed. But right, we got Rocket Lab completely falling. We got space. So the conventional wisdom, even what I had thought initially, is that okay? Well, everyone's going to be hyped up about space stuff, so it's great. Then we should all rise together. But it's just not the case. It's just not what the data says. It's one of those that where does the money come from for SpaceX? Well, it often comes from a lot of its competition. So you got to think of ETFs, right? The UFO ETF has to own some SpaceX, and the only way they get the money to do that is by selling a little bit of all of the rest of their holdings. So I'm not jazzed for any of these other space companies, and this is like a one-day event. Who knows what's going to happen? If everything goes up together over the next 6 months, then yeah. But just for today, I'm staying away from the rest of these space companies.
for sure, there is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add to what Michael was saying, which was all really good stuff. Just that I really just want to brag. I'm really happy with how I played the space trade, which was just doing the run up and taking it early. And I missed about 30-40% off the top. I didn't catch the last blow off part, but I sold higher than they're all sitting at now. And how I was framing it is, all of these space trades, it doesn't really matter what they are. Like, what do I think about PL? What do I think about SATS? What do I think about Rocket Lab? What do I think about ASTS? It doesn't matter. I think they're all space. I think they're all space without the X, And so now we have space with the X. So why would we own these? The only reason we were pumping them was because they were a proxy for space with the X. So for me, it made a lot of sense like that. So, just take it early. I missed a lot, on RDW, it went like 40% without me. But then it dropped like, another 20% past my sell point now. So
yeah,
what
and
can
then
you do, right?
So this is the example I used because we have way more people here than when we started, right? Was Facebook's IPO was probably the best proxy that I could find. And SpaceX IPO, again, was a disaster after the day of. It had only opened 0.5% up the day of. And then this is LinkedIn, which doesn't exist anymore, and Groupon, which might not exist anymore. Yelp, I think so, still, and Zynga, and these are all the social medias that existed in 2012 when Facebook came out, and they all just cratered. And it's just because this is where the money came from to buy this, right? If you're going to own a space stock, it kind of makes sense to own the best one, and part of that is the ETF stuff that I talked about. The other part of it's career risk. Imagine if you are you're a hedge fund manager. And you're like, yeah, we're participating in the space one. We own Club Shido, tiny space whatever company. That's going to be really hard to do to your investors. But if you're like, yeah, we own space companies. I bought SpaceX. Okay, that makes sense. Even if it's a bad trade, you're like, we have exposure to SpaceX. Ooh, wow. Another tweet comes through. From Walter Bloomberg, SpaceX indicated to open at 151. So now we've gone from 175 to this number is going. It's going the wrong way. We're opening up down lower and lower.
I wonder if that has something to do with it. I wonder which one's moving which. Who's wagging who here?
It's going the wrong way.
Yeah, it's bad number. I want good number. Come on.
Yeah, me and Michael both pointedly are pointing up no,
good number. Please. Good number.
Please. Oh my!
I don't like that. I don't like that, Josh. Josh, I don't like that, Josh. Come on. I don't like it. Mm. Well, at the end of the day, if it's 475, I don't care where it opens up at. But this is, you got to remember that 135 price is it's the only price we have right now. So it's obviously going to be important for everybody. But also it's, looking at my account, that's when the P&L goes from green to red. That's when a lot of people might want to potentially jump ship, right? They might see it getting to 135 and they're like, man, I'm not making any money at this at all. Get me out. So that if we do now, when we're at 175, I'm like, that's a far drop to challenge that price. But that's also the price where regardless of what happens, that is an IPO failure, right? If the people who own the company, they own it around 135, that's when you could look at that and say, yeah, that's a failure. That's not something that you want to see happen. So yeah, that's interesting. But generally leading up to these IPOs, you want to see so much hype that the price is appreciating and people are bidding higher and higher and higher. You don't want to see this action. And come on, when is it? Now we're talking 10%, right? If I sell on the opening print, I'll have made 10% on my money, which is, I'm not gonna be mad at a 10% gain, but that's a lot of effort, I guess, and time to be sitting here for a smaller gain like that. So you can see that's getting reflected immediately on Hyperliquid here.
I'm reading that the NASDAQ announces that it expects a quote-unquote few more hours before SpaceX shares can begin trading. This is about 20 minutes ago. Apparently, additional time is needed to ensure the IPO is orderly, quote-unquote, and that we get the right price, the NASDAQ president says. So it's going to be a little bit longer. Yeah, it's going to be a little
Guys, I'm getting the tingles. I don't like this. I think they're going to rug us.
At all.
I don't like how this is progressing here. Liquidity's drying up on the day. They're starting to be like, actually, that's spooky. That's spooky. If we have a sec, I'd love to just show something real quick on my chart. Basically, more flowers for Steve. Whoa, big candle. All right, even better, guys. Okay, so here's what we got. We got this path. We are drawing. We are waiting. We are seeing the pop after we break the double bottom. We gravitate up through the magnet. we wanted to see a close over the confluence. We wanted to see this node progress to be bigger than this node. We wanted these calls to be monetized and them to be rolled up, especially to this 7475 node here. What we're seeing is a little bit of stalling here. You know, obviously the headlines from SpaceX that Michael's mentioning, they're going to impact liquidity, you know, as people have these discussions that we're having right now. You know, we got, wow, like 650 people at least in here. That's awesome, by the way. There's a lot of other streams doing the same thing, and we're all deliberating. We're all wondering what this means for indices short term, and as we buy and sell these puts and calls, the market has to dynamically hedge them. So what I want to see is basically what we just saw in the past minute. I want to see a continued, basically, I want to see the market buying dips as we come up through some of these zones into positive gamma, which is over this yellow zero gamma. We should be in a supportive regime where dips are bought. So more price action like this flag where, okay, there's a dip, it gets absorbed. There's a dip, market makers are buying into the selling pressure. Whereas under zero gamma, like all of the price action from last week here, pardon me while I battle lag, all of this stuff, you would get big pops, but they'd be sold off very consistently. And that's how price action happens in zero gamma. The market makers sell into the moves and accelerate them. It's like fuel. So that's what we're watching for today. We want to see if we can continue to find support. I think probably we need to. This is one area of interest, the point of control, or at least the top volume node. But I'm seeing the big magnet down here. I'm seeing the literal magnet on my indicator pointing lower too. So I think we need to pull back about 10 points, and that's where we're really going to be watching and seeing if support is going to hold and put in a higher low. Maybe here, maybe undercut it to 416 or so, 415. Very worst case, 7,400, but really that's pushing it, you know, to retest zero gamma from that level. It's just a little bit spooky with everything that we've got playing out and how it's progressing in terms of the times a day, guys. I don't like to see this kind of sketchiness happening right when liquidity is drying up on the market, because, well, we ran into a level and then this is hitting the tape and people are like, I'm going to take my money and run. So a little bit spooky. I wanted a little bit more, as you can see from my path here, but I'm pretty happy with this path. Again, drawn from right there. So that's what I got. I'm going to keep updating you with more gamma exposure as that kind of progresses and we see these nodes flip. Those are the meaningful kind of flips that I'll be letting y'all know in. But that's what we got in the gamma corner today.
Nice. Rocket Lab is falling off the edge of a cliff. It has been nothing but red candles for the last several minutes. I'm in a short with that right now.
Nice. Yeah,
Awesome.
Good question from Jack. What stock is being sold off more to fund SpaceX? What do you think, Michael? Again, do you think it's just a group of them, or do you think there's a couple that are really seeing?
All of them. Yeah, probably a group. Right. It's not that like now that this company exists that the other businesses suck or anything. It's not like there's any, any change there that took place. It's just more of it's a fund flow thing. We've got to sell this to buy this. The money's got to come from somewhere. So that's, why you've seen like Micron rip where NVIDIA's done nothing. And that's why you've seen Marvell rip while NVIDIA's done nothing. Is just you've got to transfer from one to the other. Now, once that's all settled, it's probably going to just start acting like any other industry in which, if you fast forward 6 months from now, you have a good space day, all the space stuff goes up. You have a bad space day, all the space stuff goes down. That's generally what happens a couple months from now. And it just takes a little bit, right? So, it's also, we got to remember that SpaceX isn't just space stuff, right? The mechanics of the company, as I understand it, are that the launches break even. The launches don't make or lose money. The Starlink actually makes decent amounts of money because they've got revenue coming in and everything. And then you've got this massive loser, which is XAI. And that's the thing that people are betting on for the future. So you got to take this and you got to put it as a space company. But I think you also have to lump it in now with Microsoft and Anthropic and all these things, because at any point, if they wanted to turn SpaceX into a profitable company, they could just shut off that CapEx spigot. They could just go, okay, we're dialing back the amount that is being hit by nothing happening on the AI front, but we're still launching things into space, and people are still buying internet from us. So, we've got a pretty decent business there. Now, it's not a $1.7 trillion business, but yeah, so it's kind of like it's got these three silos that you have to look at. And that's the thing with all of these mega cap companies. It's one thing to say, oh, Apple is a company that sells phones, until you actually look into it. Like the AirPods is like bigger than Netflix. If you just took the AirPods that they sell and you spin it out, they make more money than Netflix. And like the watch is bigger than Walmart and stuff like this. Like all of these companies are really like 50 different companies all put together.
Michael, really quick, just because Apple's such a great example of this, one of the biggest and best examples, you could mentally spin off their payments, just the fees they collect in their store. That's a huge component of their business, and that's not what most people think of when they think of, oh, Apple, it's Macs and iPhones. It's those scuba goggles that I couldn't think of the name of. No, it's So yeah, there's a lot of leverage for these mega caps to pull. Is definitely something worth noting there. Sorry to cut in there.
Oh, you're good.
No, and that's just why everyone gets like real mad at these companies for being like going up so much. They just don't understand it. But it's like you're not trading one company. You're trading 10 different companies. And same with SpaceX. This isn't launching things into space. This is launching things into space and selling people internet. And, a lot of the like airplane internet and stuff like that is coming from it. Plus, yeah, someone's mentioning national security with SpaceX. If that's correct. Hold on 1 second. I've got push notification. CNBC says SpaceX to start trading in 5 minutes.
What?
Yeah, someone on my live stream said noon and at 1:50. So, so that's noon.
Well, let's see.
In 18 minutes. 5 minutes isn't 5 minutes. So hopefully here coming up soon,
5
we're gonna get
minutes.
some excitement. I feel. You know what it feels. You know what it feels like. I feel like all of a sudden we moved to the front of the line. We've been yapping it up for this roller coaster we want to ride. And we're like, oh shit, we're actually toward the front of the line.
Yeah, we're getting close. Everyone's sat up a little bit there after a long stream.
Posture check, boys. Posture check. Get hydrated. Get ready.
And a good one.
I messed with my coffee over here. I was just having but no, this is a bit of a marathon one. I'm going to have to ask our fearless leader there, Josh, at some point. I need a little time off after this. I'm clocking in the overtime, but I've just been here. But it's one of those. It's the cool thing about
I'll give you
what we do at Trade the Pool.
As soon as we hit
go ahead.
470, you're off, okay?
Okay,
okay, there's a quota. There's a quota.
Yeah.
Nice. Back to the mines.
He hired traders, right? Michael Katz, when he brought us all on. It wasn't like I want someone that can talk well and present the news and necessarily just alone. And looking at this crew, I don't think he hired really any of us for our looks. It was, hey, you guys.
Whoa.
Hey, I brought myself into that too. So, but it's like, I want people who trade the market, because I always like people are like, well, I'd be here anyway. I'd be staring at this computer, watching these things tick up and down anyway. On SpaceX Day, I'd be sitting here waiting. I've got my allocation. I'd be waiting to see what happens with it. So it's just cool. And I think that's what makes for a good environment with this, right? So I'm going to do the YouTuber thing and say, hey, listen, do the subscribe, do the follows, do the likes, do the comments, say hi in chat, all that. That will tell the algo that you like what you see, and next time you log on to YouTube or Twitter or wherever you're hanging out at, it'll go, oh yeah, you watched the stream last time and you interacted with it. So now let's see if CNBC
if we don't get 700 likes, we don't get to eat. We have to work 24 hours straight if we don't get these likes, guys. I'm begging you. It's
that slave driver.
Question. He says, do you think it's better to put a market order to get the best price? I don't know, and I don't think I don't think market is the best way to get in. I think maybe a limit order. Right, Steve? He's shaking your head.
Dangerous.
Well, I get nervous because I don't want to be presumptuous, but this sounds like maybe this is an event that's bringing you to the stock market to some degree or another. I would be very cautious about just hitting market order on a new IPO. There's a lot of FOMO. I don't know. I also don't want to say don't buy it, and then it might go up a lot, and you might have just crushed that trade without my leaning on you there. So this is not financial advice. Just be real careful with the market orders, because that just gets you in right now at whatever the price is, whatever the spread is. That's chaos. I like the limit order idea. Where? I don't know, dude. It's going to be hard. The 135 is a logical place because that was a level that they had talked about, right? I just worry about buying dips blindly on this. I would need to see proper structure form to buy a dip because otherwise I could be buying into a liquidity event. And that's scary.
Yeah, market orders. Well, and let's just say, for example, just the spread alone. Let's say it opens at, what was the last number, like 150.
Yeah.
That could mean the bid is 150 and the offer is 152, 153, 154. And then if you're hitting market, you're hitting that bid. What I would do is decide what price. If you're really, really want it on the open, and I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do, but if you really like it on the open, it looks like 151-ish is where it's going to happen. You could set out a 160 limit and hit the button and let it go to 160. You could do that very easily. And what that is saying is 160 or lower. So then if the spread opens up or something crazy, we are live.
We're live.
We're live at 151. Do we halt already?
No, we're live. 135. It shows a wick down on my end of things. It's showing 130.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
We're going. It's on.
All right. I see 151. I see 150.
Yeah, spread's pretty tight too. Spread's not near as big as I thought it would be. So we are seeing the spread right around 50 cents, sometimes up to $1, but not as big as I thought it would be. Like Michael was just saying, could be up to $3 or $4. It's not. Luckily, we're sticking around $1 or less. Not nearly the movement we're getting out of the gate here.
Just digesting. Oh, there we go. We're starting to see. Oh, wow. These are big candles, guys. I mean, not in terms of price range, but
yeah. Look at the volume here. We've already done 65 million shares. This thing has existed for 5 seconds. So we're 153, 154. Let's go to a 1 minute. Or let's go a tick chart. Oh, nope.
Nope. Get out of there. That's going to be chaos.
Yeah, tick charts way too much. Yeah, so this is it. We're going. So that's 153 we're sitting at right now. I'm going to switch kind of back and forth between that and this one because it's a little bit just easier to process here on TradingView. So this is our current, and the bid and ask right here. So yeah, you're talking like, 10 to 30 cents. And on a $150 stock, that's not too bad. So far, things are not falling apart and they're looking good, but yeah, someone's saying holy volume. The volume is absolutely insanity.
Guys, I want to say before things get crazy, don't succumb to the FOMO. If you're going to trade it, trade small, trade safe. This will not make or break your trading career unless you blow up today. That's the only way it makes or breaks your
right
trading.
Now. Trade the pool. I'm in with 100 shares.
Oh, so there's there's my allocation. So there's the right. I said I'd show you this. So 26, so up 4, 3 to 4K right now. Josh promised me 100, so I'll keep checking back to see if that number hits 100. But so far, it's been pretty much off to the races. There's been no real pullback to say. That just launched again at a really weird time and just started going from there.
The market is absolutely just getting liquidity sucked. It's so funny to watch. There's 2 red candles on SPX just from the second that SPY opened. We're literally selling everything to buy this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How's this going to end? I don't know. But I'm just excited because we're witnessing history here, guys. This is the most hyped, the highest volume, the craziest IPO in the history of IPOs.
It's nuts.
Pretty wild.
Adelaide asked about what do we think about Tesla if anyone wants to drop in on Tesla attacks as Tesla flops. So Tesla's
getting beat like a yeah. Oof, that's rough.
Well, you think about it, right?
If when there's the shinier one,
right. And well, if you're a Elon Musk guy, you got to own both, and that means you got to sell probably some Tesla to buy some SpaceX, right? And that's just what we're seeing. Steve mentioned just across the board, you've got to sell one to own the other, and
it's kind of like
unfortunately can't have both.
Sorry, it just made me think of, remember when there was that kind of they were trying to pump 2 meme stocks at the same time? It was Open Door and something else. And the liquidity every time they tried to pump the other would crash because there was not enough liquidity for both. First red candle ever on SpaceX is trying to post here. We got 27 seconds to save it. So far, first resistance is over 160 here. Sorry to jump in there, but I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew here. This is wild.
this is how we talked about potentially trading it, momentum trading it. This would be your kind of 5-minute opening range break now. So you ignore this candle all the way down to 134. That's the IPO price I think they include there. But right, so a decent trade here you could watch would be a break of 163 and a stop around 150, and at least you have something to anchor yourself to. Now you have something, you're not just blindly chasing something hoping it works, and you have something to size yourself based off of. You're risking roughly $10 a share, so you can sit back and you can crunch that numbers and you can say, okay, well, $10 a share gets me around XYZ for risk, and you can have a game plan, because the worst thing you can do is go into these things without game plans and without stop losses and any of that, and you end up having a real bad time.
Well, I'm having a green day now. That was good.
Nice, Ian.
That was a good. Yeah, I was in. I got stopped out, but I definitely that was definitely a good trade.
Nice work.
Good stuff. Man, this is pretty wild. It's like, it feels like we're in the eye of the storm. Like, it's like right in the center. It's like, hold steady, boys, hold steady. Which way we're gonna break? I don't know. My gut says up, just because I want to see fireworks. I'm really just so curious to watch. I got on my screen, I'm watching SPX and SpaceX, which is funny, very similar tickers. And I want to see what they both do together when they start decoupling. Like in the beginning, they decoupled, SPY was being sold to sell, and then you see the bottom for SPY was the red candle here for SpaceX. I want to see if there's a decoupling, if SpaceX can make a new high and bring SPY along for the ride this time, or if, basically what the interplay is there. Because I'm not going to pretend like I even know how this mechanically is going to work in practice.
And don't forget about
cool science experiment.
Don't forget about the earnings challenge prediction. You can find the link in the chat. So yeah, check that out. We have an earnings challenge, and we're giving away a 25K eval. Predict the earnings. What is SpaceX going to close at today?
That's the next one.
Yeah, we are up over 100 million in shares done, and this thing, again, is just a couple minutes into its lifespan, and we're up to knocking on the door of 100 million in shares or in trade. So this is going. It's juiced. Let's see if we can get through that high. Have you done anything yet, Josh? Or you said you were going to pop it on the open. Do you end up doing that?
Yeah, so I'm in long right now. I'm only in 23 shares, so I'm in right now for the move up. I'm just going to hold this throughout the day and see if 150 stop loss for me, and I'm just going to hold this. I don't know that we're getting 470 now. We may get 200. I will revert to.
Wow!
Come on, man!
I'm just saying, looking out of the gate. But okay. You can give me like, but I listen. I still think there's a long shot this can get going. But usually out of the gate, I like to see some halting, some really parabolic movement. This has so much volume that the fact that it hasn't halted, I don't know that it will, because it's not like it's going to get any more volume than it's already had previously, right? Probably so. I think we still pour with volume. I think this play goes up. Watch for this to go to 200 on the day. Again, I am long for this. I said I would out of the gate, 23 shares, just something small. So I'm in this for sure. I think we get 175 before we see some sort of a decent sized pullback. So watch for this to continue up to 175 before we maybe see a $5 to $10 pullback. And here we go. We continue to kind of pour here. Just going through previous levels, when I see these tickers move through levels, again, I know this is a new IPO play, so it has to go to like those, again, my micro caps. They've never seen 150 unless it's been reverse split, so generally most likely it hasn't. So when you see 150, generally the next level is 175. Over 175, you'll make the push to 200. So I think those are the two levels that are 100% locked for yourself, Michael, and anyone else that is investing into this play. Again, I'll probably start trimming some shares at 175, but I do like this for continuation for sure.
Guys, really good stuff there, Josh. I just want to say it's doing the thing. I'm Leo DiCaprio pointing at my screen. We just engulfed the highest 1 minute candle in terms of volume that I've seen in quite a while. I don't have the actual numbers for you. I'm too excited to go find them, but this is the biggest volume candle here, the first red candle that we saw, we flipped it. So that means those shorts, all the volume of people trying to short it right off the rip here, they are having to start to close out and adding fuel to the fire. That's why we saw that surge. We're seeing the pullback happen right where it should, at the 127 fib. Very clean. What we want to see is this get eaten through, big bottom wick, maybe one or two more 1 minute candles, then surging up to Josh's first level there at 170. Well, he said 175. I'm going to say 172.50 to 175, that kind of zone. Call it 172.50, then 180 is kind of where I think we're headed here. If we can get the traction through here, which is doing the bottom wick. It's acting perfectly. Back tested the high of the range. Let's push, baby. There it goes.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah, push right here. Push. Give me 170. Give me 170 real quickly. Come on, give it to me. Give it to us, baby. So I'm just looking at this just based on other previous charts when I see them, and I think it's just it's got the fun, but it doesn't. It's not fully giving me what I want. You know, I wanted the full fun. I just want to be completely transparent and honest. I'm like, man, I was hoping I was thinking out of the gate we'd see 175 to 200 right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Right with those first 2-3 candles. We're getting the volume I expected, but I think this is just slowly moving into the stock that it's going to become. You know, where we may see. We could see $20, $30, $40 days out of the gate become irregular, maybe even bigger. Will it be that way 10 months to a year from now? I doubt it. I think it'll come. We'll know the average range on this a few months from now. The first month, 2, 3, it's going to have average range. I don't think it will have years from now is my point.
Well, and listen, if you are a long-term investor, again, I just got the allocation because I figured there was a very low chance that this thing was going to open below 135, right? And I'm like, at the very least, I could just dump it on the open. Like, I could move on with my life. I haven't touched anything yet. As someone who might want to now hold this so I don't get blacklisted from the IPO thing, you don't want a crazy move up, because if you get a quintupling of a rip higher in the single day, then there's this more likely that it's going to crash and get under that IPO price. Just think of, just go look at Newsmax and Webull and these kind of things that IPO'd, just went parabolic and then just crashed right back down. If you are an actual true SpaceX investor and that you want this thing to become an investor, and that's your thing, you want to own this for years because you think it's a good thing, you kind of want it just to, maybe have a 20-30% up day and then chill out and just hang out up here and create a new base and show that there's real demand for this thing, not just a flash in the pan of people trying to make a couple bucks.
Hey,
we got the first crack here. Let's see if it holds or not.
That 9 EMA.
And Steve, Steve and Jesse, what's that number I always bring up? Doesn't matter what's in front of it, but what is the starting 3 numbers I always bring up?
Oh no, pop quiz. I'm failing.
875. It doesn't matter if it's 2875, 2 whatever. Look at the high of day, 168.75. I promise you're going to see this more often if you just watch it. You will. It doesn't matter what numbers are in front of it, whether it's 228.75, 558.75, 968.75. I don't know what it is with that 875 all the way down to small caps. It's this weird, natural, magical number that gets brought up. I don't know if you know any more about it, but I have no idea why I see that happen so often. And today in SpaceX probably has no reason. But still, just how ironically the high of day is at 875.
Yeah, and so if it closes right here, like let's say this is all it does today. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. There's probably going to be way more to it. But you can put that as kind of a double IPO success. Is people bought off the open, they made money. People who got their allocation, they made money. Everybody's happy. So I would not be surprised if this does get to 200. But as long as it is above 151, then that's kind of okay. We made everyone happy. And we got to remember this 30% move mark, because that is a share lockup condition that only gets alleviated when it hits that 30% up move. So there's going to be kind of every power on earth to try to get this thing moving in that direction, because you get to sell, I think it's like either 5% of your shares if you're an OG investor when it gets and moves up 30%, which again, I don't know if that's something that's common. I haven't seen that before, in which there's a performance metric to a lockup period. Then the other milestones we have to look at is it joins MSCI, I believe, tomorrow. or Monday. Options launch on Tuesday, which is wild to me. And then 15 days from now is when it gets listed in the queues. So that's when you get kind of underlying QQQ demand. And that's where I think it just locks up with the correlation of the market, because now it's part of the market, and a pretty decently sized market component after that is the moment that happens. So you go, okay, now, well, we're just part of the market now.
All right, guys.
that'll be interesting.
I know you guys have been around for the longest. You stick around as long as you want. I know you've been covering this forever. I know yourself, Nas. You're like, okay, I'm wearing out Steve, Jesse. Do y'all have a certain time that you want to keep going live till, or you want to call it, Michael? You can. I just was kind of throwing that out there because I know you're well over time, you know. And I promised you 475, and now I've lowered it to 200, and so expectations.
I know, that's so lame. Why don't we do another half hour, huh?
Okay.
Does that sound good for everyone? That just gives us another.
Yeah.
I figure by then that's when, if there was going to be something crazy, I'm doing good. I got my coffee here. I am going to step out for just a second again. Because I have been slamming coffee all morning, and
I'm on.
Right,
me and Michael are all synced up, so I'm gonna go refill the coffee and empty the bladder
we'll
there.
We'll leave it to
J for like
J&J just for a minute here. All right,
Appreciate
thanks,
that
guys.
show. Love it.
Beautiful.
Dun, dun,
I've taken
dun,
two.
dun, dun,
I've taken 2 trades on this.
Oh, really?
Taken 2. Yep.
Good.
Yep, and they've both been good. They've and right now I'm just watching. Are we going to hold above VWAP, or are we going to go below it? So I don't know. I mean, we're tapping it now.
Yeah,
I
think we make a move back down to this one that previous the small pullback we had down to 156. I would imagine if we crack through 160 here, we'll go back down to that 156 dip area. I have my upper and lower VWAP bands really flattening out, and when I see that, these things are really good at keeping me in tune of what this play is going to do. I think this play is going to start to range bound. I think we're going to find a bottom here soon, and we're going to stay with that top at 168.75 for a little bit, and I would say maybe in an hour or maybe a little bit longer than that from now, which again, stick around because me and Steve are going to come back for Power Hour for you guys so we can see the closing print price and have that covered. And so everyone will know really, hey, who won? You'll have a chance to kind of look and zoom in with us here on, of course, like Jesse was saying, you have the last giveaway of the day so far, a chance to win a 25K eval. The description there, of course, in the chat, we've had it all day. What's the closing print price for SpaceX? Well, we'll know here in just a few hours. We will be covering that. So join us back here. What's that? 3 hours from right now, we'll start afternoon Power Hour commentary, and we'll go live for an hour to close up the week. Usually me and Steven and I do a week recap. That usually starts in about an hour from now. We're not going to do that today. We're covering SpaceX solely for you guys, and that's it. Really hardcore, obviously, as you've seen all morning long, and then we'll take a break for a little while. Steve and I will come back for Power Hour to close up shop for the day.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So, yeah,
I can't believe it's Friday. That was the fastest week.
Hey, next week will be just as fast as we're off on Friday for Juneteenth. So traders that are looking to trade or do trade or whatever it might be on Fridays, well, on Friday we will be having our live stream up for you all on Friday or next Friday. So Juneteenth, I know it's off, and most traders will have the day off, and so it'll be a nice short week, Jesse, when it comes to trading. But next Friday, we're going to go live for just a little bit. I don't know how long yet. We haven't worked out all the details and what time we'll start. Main 2 things we'll be covering there would be A, Trading World Championship. We'll know then who the winner is of the final round next week. And then secondly, we'll have Juneteenth sales going on, 10% off. So we'll want to make sure that you guys take advantage and part of that.
Beautiful. I'm going to go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Some random analysts I've never heard of. CFRA initiates coverage of SpaceX with a target of 115 a share. You couldn't have done that 10 minutes ago. You had to do it like right when the market's hilarious to me. Yeah. But this is going the wrong way.
It is.
It's supposed to be going the other way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may be taking some profit right out of the gate. I mean, I don't know if there are traders like yourself that got that 135 handle and they're going, all right, I was hoping they were, again, probably thinking my thought process when we're seeing new highs at 168.75. Okay, let's go 170s. Okay, let's go 175. And we didn't get that, and now we start to see a little bit of selling. And like I said, those degens, they are quick to pull that sell button, and they will start firing those Fox 1, Fox 3, Fox 5, whatever missiles away. And so that's why I liked right out of the open. right there. Just get in at 150 if you can. I think anywhere in that area would be the good entry price. That way, you find a good base and bottom, and you just hold through that for the rest of the day. And then if you get in after that, then I can see a lot of these people pulling the trigger and getting in, getting out. Like I was just telling Jesse, I think we consolidate here for a little while anyway. Had our fun, quick little 30, 40 minute, we'll have our quick little 30, 40 minute fun. Then we sit down and consolidate. But I wouldn't be surprised in 2 hours from now. That's why I want to keep our live stream up all day. We want to keep our eyes on this, go live in Power Hour. Steve and I will, because I could see this squeezing at some point in the day. It just opened up. It's not like this. This kind of reminds me of a lot of small cap traders, especially, or even large cap traders, but especially small cap traders. Opening bell, they want to trade. I'm like, hey, you've got all day for the big moves to come. I mean, you think about INHD on Monday. INHD didn't get really parabolic until later in the morning. MNTS from a few weeks ago, it was like 2 hours after the opening bell until it went really crazy. So it's not, it isn't always right out of the gate. We see the volume, we have that, yeah, but it isn't like we have to go parabolic right out of the gate. So that's why it's always patience for me.
Well, and yeah, it's the weak hands or the people who are just like, I want to dump on the open, like those kind of people, you get them out of the way, right? And you see where's the real demand, because you better believe that large institutions aren't, punching in right off the open. They're not saying I'm going to put in a market on open order and let it rip. That's something us retail traders can get away with. That's not something the big guys can get away with. So, the big guys will start to look for dips and start to buy into dips, and they'll start to, so when you start to see it get a floor, that's where institutions have stepped in. Okay, say we need to be part of this now. We're not going to chase it on the way up, because if they did, then you would start to get the kind of the mania. So again, I still haven't done anything. I'm still holding all 170 shares. I would love a double. Like that would be the easiest decision point for me, because then you sell half and I just go, okay, well, that's for the grandkids. Get a nice little pop here, trying to get back through VWAP. But yeah, that's geez, I'm just seeing all the people trading it. But it's an interesting price action, because it's acting just kind of like a normal kind of stock, like something I would expect it to do, where it's pulling back nice and chill, and now we're rallying up here into highs there on SpaceX. So
and a perfect dip area too, like I talked about. We were just right when you took your break. I said watch for a sweep down under 160 to that 156. The first true pullback, the only small one we had earlier in the day was that 4 minutes in. We came from 163 back down to 156, popped the new highs. Where do we go back down to? 156, and we're popping back off. But this is listen, it just shows you how bounce plays. This is what I've been trading since 2017, 2018. And a new, fresh IPO play that's this volatile and has that much volume, that's what I'm looking for. That first sweep down, like Little Nos was talking about, that probably maybe in the first step where institutions were getting in on that pullback and big people at that 156. I have it off a couple of new. I know they're new, but the VWAP 9 right off of it, boom, up to new high. Well, where do traders see that at? When they see that dip from earlier, they're going right back down to it. And if I wasn't already long at 152.30, then I would have gotten in more there. I just want to have that low entry. I'm like, I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to go bigger anyway. I'm already in it's max 23 shares that I want to go. But that was a perfect dip, and now look at us rip from it. Woo!
Well, and as somebody who traded in the hedge fund, or was worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, I can guarantee you they're not chasing breakouts. Just not the way these guys trade. It's not the way the big guys trades, right? They're too big. They would, if they were buying a breakout, they would cause the thing just to rip, and they'd get awful prices. So hedge funds buy pullbacks. It's how they get filled on their shares. They're like, we like this at whatever price. So on the way down, they're the ones that are just spattering out bids in like small little increments, spread all over the place, and just eating up any demand that kind of takes place. And that's just so far what I see happening here is you had the big surge up, you had a little bit of a pullback, you had to pull back into the 150s. Looks like that's where it kind of found its floor. So now you've got, and we talked about this, is you don't want to chase these things off the open because you don't have the price action. Now you've got some price action. So you got a high at that 167, you got a low at kind of 155. You got levels to play off of. You can buy it if you want to buy on pullbacks. You can buy the breakout if we break out to new highs of the day. You could do all that kind of stuff. And the most important thing is you can position size yourself, right?
Mm.
Correct. Got to.
Yeah.
Oh, they're saying, whoa, that can't be right, can it?
What happened? What is it?
SPCL is live today.
What?
SPCL.
It's live today.
Yes, it is. No shot.
Guys, if this is the top, there were signs. All I'm going to
No
say.
shot it is. I got it up. It's not doing anything, though. Just it's define space to...
Yeah, I'm not having time.
I don't know.
It's halted. It was live earlier, but now it's not live anymore. It's
Oh, did they get in trouble for launching a little too early?
yeah. there's
Oh,
not
did they get a little... It's... Gosh, this spear you got.
I'm back.
You got
Maybe watch.
Now they heard me go over like,
That
oh no,
is-
everyone's getting in trouble for it. They were taking me down.
There's some funny business foot here.
Yeah, I have no information to back this up, but they probably saw this trading, and someone from the SEC said, "Listen, guys, you only got to wait a day. We only need to wait one single day, and you can't do that. Get out of here. You're halted."
Have some decorum. Come on, man.
Yeah,
It's crazy that there could be that little oversight where it's like, how is that possible? Let alone, like, how is that a decision that an ETF could make? I don't know, but here we are. Here we are pushing that 163 initial zone.
Looking for 164.
I don't think it's done.
There, it touched it.
yeah, it's trying to break over a little base here.
I got to let my dog in, but I'll be right back.
Ooh, let the dog in.
Who?
There you go. There you got a sing. I did a sing. Yeah, you happy? Yeah,
did it.
There we
that's
go.
all you're getting.
There we go. I'll
So
take
you're
it.
getting a single sing.
I'll take it. Yeah. Again,
We're looking good here,
Yeah.
right? We can't, so this orange line is VWAP. So this is going to be the VWAP from the opening price because that's just what it is. And yeah, we sold through it. Now we're back through and look, these last couple of candles came in, tapped VWAP here twice, and a little bit of a strong candle off that VWAP point. If I was a discretionary trader, I'd probably punch in here and I'd probably put a stop down there. That's probably how I'd do it. But I'm not a discretionary trader because that probably won't work.
I just went long on the 164.
love it. All
Looking
right.
for more.
Looking for more, baby. We'll look for about a pop here, probably coming up soon. If we get through 165, we'll see 167 or so again. So 165, just a natural number. You can see it's kind of touching into that and having a little bit of, not that we've had anything today. It just always is every 5. It seems like with these plays. I don't get it, but it's just that now. I say I get it. I mean, that's again like. What?
Oh, sorry. What happened on SPY?
What do you mean? What happened on SPY?
What in tarnation just happened on SPY? Big old candle.
Yeah. Well,
Ooh,
Big old candle.
big pop.
Michael Knox needs his kids to eat this weekend, so I'm trying to get freaking SpaceX, and I'm getting all the S. I'm trying to get them up this weekend. I'm doing my best over here. It's a lot of weight. But Jesse, look for that squeeze here soon. I like this honestly to 175 still. I think we still get it. So let's get that pop through 165. I'm all about it. Of course, Michael's doing the best. He's down at 135. That he's sitting real pretty right now.
Hyper.
Yeah, this, to be honest, this price action makes me want to hold the stock way more than ripping, halting, doing all that craziness because it is holding. I know that I can probably, if it holds today, I could comfortably put in a stop at 135 and I could just be a SpaceX investor. Like if it were ripping to like 300-400 by the end of the day, I'm selling most of my shares. I'm taking the quick profit and I'm moving on. But this is controlled. There's been no halts. This has been fine. Yeah, this makes me more interested to say, shit, I got a really good price on this. Maybe I should just give it a shot and just put out a stop loss right at that price and go, whatever. It's of my net worth. It's not a huge, if I lost half of the value of that position, I would be like slightly mad for a weekend. It's not a huge amount of my trading account. So I'll go, okay, well, let's give it a shot. Where again, if it was, and this is why parabolic up moves generally do parabolic down moves, because people are just so excited to hit the button and punch their shares, right?
Exactly.
That's what's ripping the SPY.
Averages there, by the way.
Wait, let me load this up. Pakistan PM Prime Minister, I guess. Final agreement upon text of peace deal between Iran and U.S. has been reached.
Yes, that is definitely the one that moved the market. We also had just a minute before that is from the Israeli military. 2 suspicious aerial targets were impacted an area where its forces are operating in southern Lebanon. No damage or injuries reported. So I had to read that to make sure that was not the one that moved. Definitely the Pakistan one. Yeah. They had happened within 1 minute of each other. So we're getting continuation here. I wanted to just tack on to what Michael was saying, because this is very constructive, and also what gives me a lot of good vibes here. SPY is not dumping. It pulled back, and now it's looking very strong. We've got a nice little catalyst, and basically I'm looking for the pressure to keep cooking these shorts across the market. I'm watching my bros. My bros pulled back a little bit from the big move, Michael. And I think it's just because that high short interest, maybe shorts were kind of piling back in going, hey, all right, we got the recent swing high. We got the SpaceX IPO. Maybe all shorts jump into everything again. But that's not what we're seeing. And so maybe they back off my baby and give me some room to breathe here with the bros. So I'm liking this just market wide. SPY's pushing up. It doesn't seem like SpaceX is going to be the liquidity event that tanks the world like I was seeing a whole lot of. And that means there's a lot of puts that we can burn, That's what I'm seeing.
So quickly, this is probably the tweet of the year for me so far. So again, we talked about this while you were away. It's this random company spent like 2 minutes after SpaceX went live, initiated coverage with a sell ratings of 155. And then there's QCaps with, if anyone remembers this from the Dave Chappelle days.
There we go.
Player hater of the year. Yeah. I chuckled too much on that, but we're starting to get out of the space now on SpaceX. Maybe we're going to take a little reach there at highs.
It's looking very strong in this little launch pad that it's building up. I like Jesse's 164 entry there. I like Michael's 135 a little better, but we take what we can get. And yeah, it's looking very, very strong here. I want to see what it does when it interacts with the highs, because that's going to be the make or break, obviously, for the range. And if we can kind of get past that, remember that was that 1.27 extension of the initial kind of couple minute range, that 5 minute range, we can call it. So I'm just waiting for more data, basically. Me, I'm a numbers guy. I just get the numbers, then I run it through Grok once or twice, and then that's how I engage with the world. I want to see the numbers. Show me the money. Show me a print high on this swing, and then I think we expand up to that 175. We can just keep on building upwards and outwards as long as it's constructive, right?
And if you think about people who trade systems, what do they have to go by on SpaceX right now, right? If you're a hedge fund or a systems or an algo, you got like the high of the day and the low of the day. That's it. Those are your 2 data points to make trades off of. This is why chasing these momentum highs can be, not saying it will, no one knows what's going to happen, but can be so profitable on these momentum moves, is because they'll just say, okay, listen, we bought a little bit on the pullback, and if we break through those highs, you got tons of retail traders that go through. And again, yes, it's a $1.7 trillion company, but only 78 million shares, 4% of the float is public. The rest is still locked up and will be locked up in kind of tranches for like a year. So, some comes live, I think, in a couple weeks when it gets into the queues, and then some comes live on this performance metric of 30%, and then some gets, right? So little bits throughout. But this, I think, could be an interesting momentum player for just a period of time. And vibes for the market. This is, I talked about this, I think more than anything, this at least holding and not cratering is very important just for like animal spirits vibes. Yeah. If SpaceX IPO launched and just tanked, I think the whole market would start to pull back just a little bit. The fact that
I was just thinking, what do we have to trade on when you ask that? What do we have to trade on? It's all vibes, baby. That's what's powering this rocket ship. So as long as the vibes are immaculate, we're good to go. But like you said, that can be fickle. So we're looking for the stability to come and show ourselves that it's there in the price action. Hopefully we do get it.
A peace deal on the same day has got it. That's got to help. The peace deal going on the same day this launches.
What a coincidence!
But what if this is? I don't know. I'm scared. It feels like a perfect Bull trap. I don't know. I'm still bullish. Don't get me wrong. I'm just fear mongering because we have 700 people still live. Thank you, each and every one of you. I got to clickbait you a little bit. I am still bullish. I'm still very heavily invested in my longer term accounts. I don't even have any puts right now. Not a single put in my gamble either. So, grain of salt, but just I want to see a definitive, give me a new high a day at least. And what I'd love to see is a surge up to where I would like this 7470, 7490, 7500 be amazing, just to make sure the bears don't think that they have a foot in the door. They don't think, oh, maybe it's just a one-day fade kind of thing for SpaceX. So in the same vein, give me that new high on SpaceX here. That'll make me feel better too. It's starting to look a little curly at the top here, which could easily just rebase, squeeze up, but I want to see more velocity, essentially.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get it right
Decent
now.
red candle on SPY.
A little slower right now. I think we'll get it maybe, but it's going to be a little bit. I still just don't see the volume any higher than what we've had over the last few minutes. And again, 167 is key. Over 167, we're going to see 168.75, and I think we'll have a little trouble there, and here we go. Over 168.75, I bet we hit 170 and have a little trouble. Just looking how we're kind of matriculating right now. Jesse, here we talked about. Are you still in your trade, Jesse?
I'm out of the trade. I got stopped going up, and then I moved a trailing stop, and But I did well.
Yep.
There you go. Just collecting them base hits, because we don't really. Yeah.
Love it. I think that's what Crow said he's doing. He said he's scalping it 1,000 shares at a time because he says I can step up to the plate and play big ball.
Love it. Yeah, Crow's a player. Crow knows what he's doing in his first rodeo.
Oh, back in my scalper day, way back in the day when I was actually almost a market maker to a degree, I would take 200-300 trades a day. This is the kind of stuff that I would love. And it's literally I'm just spamming the keyboard, bid offer, and you're getting paid to add liquidity, and then you're going to probably make a ton of money just because it's going to wiggle so much. You're going to be able to get filled at the bid and offer over and over and over again, as long as you're managing your net position correctly. There's a lot of people going nuts here.
Crazy. Yeah, that volatility is opportunity always, right? And you get those swings, and that really, every move down provides a springboard for more moves up to a point. This is a pretty big red candle though, so let's see if the buyers can step in under that moving average. Couldn't make the new high that I wanted, that's a little bit spooky.
The volume has 166 million, and compared that to, let's say, MU, which has 19. It's crazy.
Wow. It's a big number.
Huge.
We're testing the uptrend line from the open into the first pullback here. If we crack that, it's starting to look poorer structure, but this is also a nice place where they could catch it. Let's see if this little bit of a bid candle can stick. Nice open, but we want to see that close. We want to see the power up all the way to try to engulf.
Well,
it was a big red candle all the way to VWAP.
Yeah. Looking like we have our consolidation, though. Almost the perfect timing. You were saying there, Nos, to say, let's give it 30 more minutes, and we'll see if we make that move or not. If not, then I think we kind of get a base for the time being. It looks like we're finding a base bottom and a base top for now, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say, good messaging is just don't overtrade this now, right? Again, like Josh mentioned, people are going to be back here to talk about the close. I don't think you get a lot of excitement from here on, because I think if you were, you would have gotten it. You get everyone who wanted to buy off the open. You get everyone who wanted to sell off the open. If you're a long-term SpaceX investor, unless we completely fall apart for the rest of the day, I think you put that in your win column. You say, okay, we're way up from the actual IPO, the allocation price, and we're up from the open. This is, you want it to close right now, right here, and say, good, that's one for the books. And then you want to see a continuation on Monday, which obviously we'll be back for. Again, a lot of new people came in. Thank you very much. We do this every day. This is what we do. Generally not this late, generally not this long, but we start, right before the market opens, and we're there for that kind of opening segment when things start to die down. And we get people in on the afternoon. We got streams. We got Steve that comes in on the close and does power hour. We have earnings streams. We have a whole 9 yards. So come check us out here. And also, it's a prop firm. So if you want to trade with someone else's money, especially for dangerous stuff like this, which I highly recommend trading with someone else's money, then come on over to tradethepool.com. You can get yourself an account there to get started, to kind of see what's going on in firm world and have access to this. We got people shorting this right now. Going to be really hard to find that from the broker side of things, but we've got it for you. So if you want to come check that out, and I want to say thanks everyone for coming by. I know this was a long stream. We were here for a long time. My old man ass is getting tired on this one, but I thought it was a lot of fun. There was we were able to shoot the shit about movies and all kinds of stuff while we waited for this thing to finally open. And I'm glad as a SpaceX holder that it didn't collapse, and I kind of hope it does nothing for the rest of the day. That's my hope. I'd be fine with the 470 that I was promised, and then immediately back down from as soon as it opened. If we close right here, I'm not going to sell any. I'm gonna hold it for a couple days. I'm going to put out a stop loss at 135. I'll do it at 136. So at least I can say I made money on SpaceX regardless, and then I'll just leave it and just see. I'll just be a SpaceX investor and kind of see what happens. Over the next 90 days, I told them I'd hold it for. So we'll see.
You're a good boy. You wouldn't go back on your word.
And no, I'll get out if it threatens my entry, and I'll get out if it's going to make me I'd say any more than 50 grand. I'll take that and move on.
Oh, I like that. So Michael, 470, that gets us a dinner or a reservation at a Michelin star restaurant. What does a close at 165 here get us? Do I get Arby's? What are we looking at? You know?
Oh, you guys got Arby's down there? I love Arby's. Yeah, I'll get you some
Arby's.
Arby's.
It's Arby's day. Let's go, baby. I'm in.
We'll do Arby's. And listen, if we get to 200, I'll do Arby's, and then I'll get you some beers at the pub afterwards. Huh? How about that?
Wow.
That sounds like a date. I'm in, man. I'm in. It's going to be fun.
Good stuff.
Awesome.
And then the karaoke begins.
Yes,
It's been fun, guys.
Sir.
Really enjoyed it.
Usually we go to Scanners. Should we go to Scanners,
Yes.
or I don't know?
Yeah,
I'm going to throw this on them on the fly. Should we grab Scanners and
Ayusha's got SpaceX.
or should we do the space? Oh, I see it there. Yeah, SpaceX on the. So you can watch the chart too if you want to hang out here, and you're going to get some more people coming by later to tell you where we close at. So make sure you're following along and bookmarking, doing all that kind of fun stuff, so you can come by and check us out later.
Sounds good. Steve, Jesse,
Sweet.
Michael Noss, I can't thank you guys enough for being here all day today. I will be back with Steve, though, this afternoon. We'll be covering the close and, of course, Power Hour with SpaceX. Maybe Alejandra will join us, too, as well. She was thinking we were doing the lunch recap. No lunch recap today. Me and Steve usually do that about from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern on Monday through Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Not doing that today. Today, we'll be back for Power Hour, 3 p.m. Eastern. Cover the full hour there. Stick around, as Nas said. We'll have SpaceX, the actual chart, and Scanners up. And like Nas was saying, back to that. Get a Trade the Pool account. When you're trading all these volatile movers, there's nothing better than to trade someone else's capital, and you still make money doing it. So please do that, and don't blow up your own account. No PDT rule doesn't mean go wild, wild west trading. Because that's what's going to lead you to us. You're going to blow your account and wish you just would have started with us to begin with.
That's right.
All right, boys.
Right. It's been fun, guys.
Later, brothers.
Had a lot of fun.
See ya.
See you guys.
Awesome.
Steve,
that was great.
Yep.
Great job, guys.
Thank you, Ayush and Steve.
great.
I'll see you back here for Power Hour, brother.
Yeah. I'll see
Sounds
you guys
great.
next
Yeah.
week.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Thanks, Jesse. Thank you, guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
Later. right, sweet. I don't know if anyone is still around. We were actually supposed to do a week. Hold on a sec here. There we go. Sweet. Sweet. Boom. Bam. But yeah, if anyone's still around, I don't know if anyone's still be around. I hate all these stupid wicks. I don't know if I close out TOS and open it back up, that might fix the wicks. I'm not really too worried about it right now. It's pretty much about done, cooked for the day. I think there could be some more fun days possibly. We're halted back up here, so UBGX is still providing for some halts, which is crazy. UBGX halting up and down and power here. Boop, bop, beep, boop, bam. All right, so a fun week it was. A rather fun week it was for all spaces, micro, small, I call small cap space just to keep it easy, small and large caps, right? I guess you could call it micro if you really wanted to be, like Nos was saying earlier, but I'm not going to do extra small, whatever, small, medium, large, extra large. That's just, I trade it all. Well, I guess I wouldn't trade, I don't trade extra small. I guess I trade extra small, and then all the way up to large, or extra large, whatever, microns and SanDisk of the world would be. But overall, just a real choppy chart here, which is really crazy how perfect this trend line is almost here. Look at this. That's just crazy how we're respecting this uptrend channel. Boop, bop, beep, beep, bop, bah. Right there on the way up. That's it. There's your uptrend. So really crazy. Overall, I think we're really slowing down here, SPCX. We could see maybe one more decent move before the end of the day. SPY really starting to die off here for the moment. Another misprint being created. God, those are so annoying. And I wonder, and the only thing I can think of too, like sometimes when people have read into those and like kind of the myth legend, so to speak, is that those are real filled ghost orders being filled, by all the big, the dark pool that we're not seeing. And so, boom, it'll get down. But imagine that if you got filled, like where I said 150. This is the price to get filled at. Look how many times we've hit 150. The low on the candle, 150. 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 Every one of them on the dot. Kind of suspicious a little bit there. A little suspicious. VSME earlier, I know Smoke Tuna, that was about an hour, almost about 50 minutes ago now. He was talking about his play. He's been waiting on that all day. Get a spike. Hopefully he did take profit. Or if you're still listening, Smoke, I hope you did. That one's about done and cooked. It's just we have too much of that reversal mode on that play. A lot of the plays we've seen, we're up and we're back, up and back down and up and back down. And getting in right here on UBGX. Now we're live yet again after the halt down, then halt back on up. And now maybe we slow down for a few minutes and then maybe make another volatile move. This is looking a little weak here on SPCX. I will say that it's starting to get this little triple hump going on right there, right? You can see the triple upside down U shape. I would say back under 165, we probably come down to 160-ish again. 162.75 would be your main area to worry about. I was trying to trade it earlier out of the gate. I had two different accounts. The swing account I'm still in at one. Like I just fired away right out of the gate on the swing account. Then I tried to day trade it on my other account here and didn't fare as well, unfortunately. Should have just stayed in for my original entry, which was 62. 162 really would have paid out here at the 176, which I figured it'd get to 175. I would have taken some shares there. I did take shares earlier when I went long, and then it came down. I stopped, man. I just should have added in. I knew it. I should have just, just stuck with the, and really out of the gate should have went long bigger, to be honest. But knowing that just the craze that it is, it's going to spike up. But still, I think this play settles out, honestly, even into Monday. It's not going to be one of those events which I was hoping it was going to be, where it really had the maybe possibility to go parabolic. Well, we see that today. Today was going to be the day, if it was going to do anything and show us that. Would have been nice to have. Didn't happen. And I thought, we had the perfect storm to do so. Like I was saying earlier, the small cap, micro cap, everything been spiking really crazy from $1 plays to $20, $30 plays, and they've been going nuts, 100%, 200%. We've seen plays up to 6,000% this week, which is crazy. And then you add in just how big the large caps have been moving recently overall. AMD's, ARMs of the world, right? The big moves from SPY even, last Friday was a Tuesday again. We had a big dump fest. So you're going, I'm like, okay, so we have every single stock out there for the most part moving, right? From $1 all the way up to 500, 700, whatever. So I'm going, okay, this is it. This has all the stars are aligning literally in a way that you would want to say that. For SpaceX to get up into there's no way we'll ever get to the stars. That's going to other suns, if y'all hopefully do know what stars are. Nice downtrend. Let's just put that in there real quickly. Boom, shakalaka. But I think this play just slowly fizzles out to be a normal mover. And we'll figure out after a month, maybe two, and maybe even less than that, what the usual typical range is. Is it something that I put on the morning alerts is my point. And it could be. It could be something that I definitely, put on the morning alerts to where you guys are getting it daily on the morning alerts, But it'll definitely be some fun over the next week. I'll keep it on watch. I'll probably will put it on the morning alerts, honestly, moving into Monday. Merlin, leave Queenie alone. What y'all doing? Queenie, would you stop? You wouldn't hurt a fly. Speaking of, there's some links you guys can find me at for the weekend through next week. We are off next Friday for Juneteenth. Next Friday is Juneteenth. We will be off. No commentary, no live stream, no nothing next Friday. We will be off enjoying the 3-day weekend. You're like, 5-day weekend? Damn, AK, where are you going? Nowhere in particular. Of course, there's my website for one-on-ones, my morning alerts, my live stream that I do, which is here every day, Monday through Friday. And I do give morning alerts here also as well. So $30 a month if you just want alerts sent to you every day through WhatsApp, via WhatsApp, because I got people all over the world. It's the easiest way for me to get on my phone and say, hey, here's what I like about UBGX, or here's what I think about this play, and hey, here's where resistance and support's going to be. Look for a bounce play off of this, or a fail off of that. Hey, here's SPY for the day and what I think and what we're going to see. Oh, wow, we've got a great long potential, or maybe there's a great short some days, or I see nothing and I just want to give you guys levels because I don't really say, hey, there's not really much of a trade for me to be had today on SPY. I'm not seeing one as of now. Anything build up. And there are those days, right? We have to wait for the chart to build up, then take a trade because it's just not really showing you anything possibly in pre-market from yesterday and the days prior. But that goes to Apple, AMD, ARM, B, CrowdStrike, Dell, Google, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, Qs, Tesla, SanDisk, and Micron sometimes. Even probably now SpaceX will throw that in there, SPCX. So it's all small caps all day, every day. I come in and go to the top gainers board and see what's up today and break those down. Hey, here's the hot new play. These are not, here's the 3 or 4. And then I give you kind of a breakdown of what these plays are, and then I give you levels and what I like about each one of them. Then give you back burner plays, possible former runners, etc. Or we'll give you long-term advice, like saying Micron back on literally a little over a month ago now, a month and a week ago on the dot on May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, got on my phone saying, guys, I'm getting in Micron, I'm going in long now, I'm looking to average in. You can do the same on SanDisk. Either way, it's more expensive, so I'm going Micron, let's do it. And then go back to that, and you gotta think where Micron was back in May, let alone I know, I wasn't looking at it really that much until it had this explosion, and I can't trade breakouts. I only trade bounce plays on these moves, generally most of the time. And so on this move up right here on Cinco de Mayo, we're really exploding. And I said, look for a pullback. And there was a low off that day, a little wick, or off the 630 handle right there. And I said, look to get filled in this 630 mark. And I got filled at 629.30 or something along those lines. And I would have loved a little bit lower. It just never came back down to areas I saw. And then, as I called for, and I said to 1,000, 750, 875, and then 1,000 were going to be my key exit areas. So once we hit 750, I took some. Once we hit this 800 mark, I was like, oh man, and we failed and came back and retested almost my entry. When we came up, I took more here, thinking we may fail again. So we did fail that day too, which is funny. And I was like, oh, I'm right, man, I'm all over this. Maybe we don't get to 875. Maybe this pulls a car. Car got to like 850. We'll go back and look at it in a minute. But when those plays get explosive, they usually go from 500. Once they go through 500, they go to 750, over 750 to 875, which didn't really fail at 875, but we got it in 1,000. So one way or the other, we got the two. And I think this goes for more. And that's why I'm still in here long term, so I can see my entry area as we continue to go up. And SNDK as well, right? So you go back to that same area, and it's a very similar chart. You can overlay them one on top of the other, right? So here we are, May 5th. There's the pullback the next day, the next day this had again, then boom, there's the explosion up. And this was 2000, which we're finally hitting target, really number one. But 1750 to 1875, same thing, right? So 1750 was target one on this, 1875 was two, which we about hit here. Took a while for it to finally get to its targets versus Micron, but still. Now, 2250 is what's coming up next. There was a guy on Trade the Pool the other day that said 4K. What do you guys think about 4K? And I said, well, 2K is done. We haven't hit it yet, but it'll happen. Well, it finally happened today. I was like, I think we get 22.5, maybe 2500. But I was like, 4K? We're going to double from here? I mean, that means Micron's going with it. Let's go back to car. I was like, that means fine. I was like, I'm all for it. That means my play's going to the moon too. It'll just tie together if you overlay them there. Let's go to car. What happened to car? Why can't I pull? Okay, I was like, what's going on here? And there's just, of course, crazy overextended move that this made, which this play was then halting, which is nuts once it got over 500. I remember watching this on this day right there. And this was halting. So I was hoping we'd get out of SpaceX today. And you don't see it often on, these bigger cat plays, but almost got to 875, 750, boom, and then 875. I thought we'd get there this day, and then the tumble comes. Nasty. Anyway, what's up, new follower? Love your stream, appreciate it, bro. KLPR, what's up, brother? How we doing? I was on Trade the Pool earlier. Hope you caught that. I love some Trade the Pool. It was just luck of the chance last summer. I was always streaming live with Sean Deckmart, Tradecaster. He paid me to stream live there, and then finally the numbers were going down, which I get. And then just kind of parted ways. He wanted to be like the Twitch of stock trading, which that was such a good idea. It just never came to fruition. But whatever. Long story short, and like within the month later, then I started tagging Trade the Pool. Instead of checking Tradecaster, Deckmart, whatever his handle. So he'd promote stuff and show stuff off, and he'd reshare it to whatever. I've just tagged Trade the Pool. I mean, within like a week or two of me tagging them, like showing my P&L and stuff. And they're like, yeah, you want to come stream live with this? I was like, yeah. And you have YouTube? Yep. Showed it to them right after that. You want to have a, and then I was, was WhatsApp. I don't have it was WhatsApp or emailing them first, but then like, we want to have a meeting with Michael Katz, the CEO, yada, yada. I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome. And then we want to, in that first meeting too, they're going to, of course, hey, we want to stream and we want to pay you to stream live with us a couple days a week. We're going to the Money Show in October, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, hold on, you're going to pay me to go to Orlando, the Money Show, with like Charles Payne and these guys on CNBC and Fox News. And we went, that was cool. Everything, and, paid to be there, paid for my flight, paid for my food, paid for my room, gave me some gear, It's like, this is so cool. So I've been now managing their YouTube, which today was huge for us. It was something we thought about ahead of time, and I promoted. I think that was probably already on their mind, but I remember saying something in the last couple of weeks. I'm like, oh, we're actually planning on doing that. I was like, okay, we need to, because they don't go live on Fridays. A lot of people don't, and now we're still gathering views. We're supposed to go live for Power Hour, and Michael Katz, the CEO, came over. Like, oh, we don't need to leave the chart up while we're gone. I'm like, okay, well, we didn't know that. We thought, hey, it's the only stock everyone's looking at, so we want to leave it up. So when we closed up shop, I think we were right around 2K. 2,100 views, and still, and this is just now an hour ago, and we've gathered 300 more plus views since we've closed up shop there. So definitely, if you're not following Trade the Pool, I'll copy that link. Make sure you guys are following them. That's awesome, man. Appreciate it, KO. KO purr. I want to go purr because we have animals, cats. We have 2 cats, 14 dogs. Don't judge. Don't judge. Hey. Wife used to work for a place called Hollywood Feed. It's a holistic pet food store. All over the South, Southeast. Everyone's like, Hollywood Feed. I'm like, no, it's just, they was based out of Memphis, and they were like on Hollywood Street or Boulevard, something like that. And they thought it was a creative name. Well, it is a creative name, but anyway, I feel like they're the top 3 or 5 now largest dog food chains in the United States, which is crazy, at like almost 300 stores. She started with them back at North Little Rock, Arkansas. We're back now in Arkansas. We were in Texas for a while, of course, growing with her and the company. She was setting stores up and then became a regional. But yeah, they asked her to be a manager at store number 19. That was when they had 19 stores. That's it, right? And now when she left them, they were at 250, 300, which is, or whatever. I don't remember anyway. It's nuts, but a lot. I love it, KO. Cover small caps, cover large caps, do options. In 23 to 24, I don't know if it's in my description. I used to have descriptions all over. I don't know if I have it on my page. I should go maybe make it longer if you can on YouTube. I'm always doing so much stuff. But anyway, 23 to 24, I had a huge stretch where I traded a lot. But I first started in 2017. Well, really, let's go back. 2015. Got into it because of Tim Sykes. I went into, used to, again, back to Dallas. I worked media, social media, to TV stations, yada yada yada. So I worked at the time Cumulus Media, radio stations. Cumulus Media owned essentially the Ticket in Dallas. They own ESPN Radio. They own the Wolf. I want to say they own like 4 or 5 stations. So my job there was a reporter for TCU and a reporter for some of the other colleges, like sports. And then I did, of course, Cowboy stuff, not as locked because I'm low on the totem pole, but I still did Cowboy stuff here and there, Maverick stuff, the Dallas Stars. But regardless, to get extra hours, because as a reporter, you're getting essentially all you're doing is getting tape. Hey, you're asking questions, right? And we'll go watch a game, which was really cool. That'd give you more hours. You could actually go cover a game, which I covered pretty much all TCU. Anyway, you don't work a lot of hours, so you have to work overnights. Where I don't have to, but they asked me to do it. Like, hey, we need someone to work Friday, Saturday overnights. Would you be able to help them pitch in? I'm like, yeah, sure. Need money. And when it was going to work one of the overnights, it was a Friday night. I'm pretty sure. I always remember Friday night. It was Friday night before I go in, watching TV with Avery, girlfriend at the time, wife now. And we're watching Below Deck on Bravo. And so it's a rerun that Tim Sykes was on there. And he's talking, here we go again. Because if you've watched it, if you haven't, look it up. It's very interesting episodes. But regardless, anyway, I'm like, okay, I'm going tonight. I'm not making shit. Got this degree in broadcast journalism. My dad was a morning show host on radio. That's what the platinum albums are for. He worked for a rock station, but was really good. And so, anyway, did really good for himself. Like, oh, make good money. I want to do this. Go talk on the radio from 6 to 10, or put me on ESPN. Let me talk sports. And never really fully came to fruition, it was like start to get daunting, right? You're getting down on yourself. Like, boy, what am I doing? Here I am. I graduated however many years later, and I'm not making hardly any money. And so I need to make extra money. So I'll go in. I'm hooked right away. Say, okay, this is August 2015. So, okay, January 2016, open up account. So I study, watch videos, thinking, okay, January 2016, sign up for Sykes Place, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to be good. I'll get this, right? Yeah, wrong. And about 3 months, 4 months after that, and not like I've lost anything. I just didn't really trade. I was scared. It was like I just wasn't making money. And so it came one of those things where, Josh, you gave it a chance. You're not making money from this. You got to go get a job. So and now I'm trying to still watch the market in the morning. So what I try to do is, okay, I know my hours for the radio station, for Cumulus and the different stations, and doing the reporting mostly was for the Ticket. But anyway, I try to get something in the middle of the day where I could still watch the market in the morning, and it ended up being delivery drivers. A lot of the delivery driver jobs. Obviously, I was in Dallas, Texas, so there's a lot of different companies in Dallas that you could be a delivery driver for. For whatever dumb fucking reason, the first one that came and knocking, I said, sure, let me go in that door. Rent a center. 12 to 5 every day, Monday through Friday, or whatever it was. Really, flexible schedule. If you wanted to have off, you could. It wasn't like you had to be blah, 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 blah. But it wasn't the weekend. Hey, summer's coming up. It'll keep me in shape too. And then I'll get kind of stay tan. And I'm thinking just, hey, I'm delivering stuff for refrigerators, TVs. I didn't fucking think about rent a center, and I'm gonna have to fucking go pick up old couches and beds, and it was, to this day, worst job I've ever had. Hopefully to this day, and I never have to have a job that bad again. Oh, I hated it. Well, then eventually that wasn't making enough money for me, so I had to get another job. So I was doing like Uber Lyft stuff at the time when that first started. Was literally it was a baby. Ended up getting a job at Fogo de Show and was a waiter. So then I just had no time for the market. Fast forward to 2017, do all these free chat Tuesdays and Wednesdays like Ross Cameron's would have, and then Sean Deckmar would have. So I eventually landed on DeckmarTrades.com, had a membership with him, and said, I'm staying here. It's February 2017. Finally worked my schedule where I can watch charts truly like all in the morning. Quit the Rent-A-Center gig. I'm now opening bell till about usually most days till about 2 or 3, and then I've got to either go to the radio station and do that, or I'm going to wait tables. Because Fogo, of course, I didn't work lunch. I wanted that, I wanted dinner. Anywho, so back and forth still with that. Paper trade. Let's go paper trade, Josh. That's what they're saying. Go paper trade. And I would paper trade and do really good like most people, right? But I wouldn't trade a lot. It's still so I'd still do good enough. I'm like, okay, you got this. Go trade. And then I'd go trade, and then I'd be super fucking ultra scared. I'd never take a trade. Any trade I'd ever get in, I'd be in and out of that thing fucking faster than white on rice. It was just like, what are you doing? This is just ridiculous. Long story short, fast forward to August 2017, 2 years after I first found out about stock trading and penny stocks, I took a $1,000 loss on a $3,000 account, chasing a third halt up, just dumb shit, just jumping in, and I was hardly ever really trading anyway. I was always on my phone or whatever, and I just was like, what are you doing? And especially after that, and Avery even brought it up the other day, which is so crazy. I bring this trade up so often, and even Avery the other day, my wife brought it up, like, wow, you remember that well too, huh? I'm like, I talk about this trade all the time. I didn't know you really remembered it. I'm like, she's like, oh yeah, but I'll never forget because my office in Dallas, the hall anyway, faced the door faced there, and I'm freaking out, banging on the desk. I took the loss, right? I'm like crying, but I'm pissed as fuck, and I'm sad, obviously, all these emotions and rage. And then she, what's wrong? I don't know why she, like, even to this day, I'm like, what do you think? And she knows, but at the time she's freaking out. Okay, I hear my my lover freaking out and yelling. What's wrong? I'm like, what do you think's wrong? Fucking lie. What else would I be doing? What else would I be yelling about? And then we get into a huge fight. I'm like, yeah, I never wanted that feeling in that day again. So I had to like kind of take the man in the mirror, right? Michael Jackson moment type of thing. Just a song, right? But as in like, hey, I gotta look at myself in the mirror. Who are you gonna be? What are you gonna do? What are you looking at? What are you gonna make of yourself? And Michael Jordan, as one of my favorite athletes of all time, for sure. John Elway's behind him and Tiger, but it's MJ for sure is my favorite. He's my GOAT. How many shoes? I mean, almost still probably 70, almost 80 pair of Jordans that I have. Peak well over 100, which is, yeah, and I don't know how many of them I wear, right? But never hardly wear them anymore because I'm always here. But anyway, I love it. Love him and his tenacity, and then to go to Tiger, right, and his tenacity. Even Jordan, I had a poster where it was like counted down from the 2-minute warning to 0. And I was like, it's never over because how many fourth quarter comebacks he had. Then you go to shows that I watched as a kid, like MacGyver, right? Watching shows like Optimus Prime and Transformers, all that kind of stuff. And so those things really motivate. You think about that, I'm like, oh wow, okay, I can't give up. And so there were times in my life where I wanted maybe to do that, where I just like here I am with sports journalism and broadcast journalism. I'm kind of giving up on it, and I was at the time, like, I'm done. And I quit. And I eventually did quit doing that, and I just kind of worked from home to get some extra income in from editing, audio, video, whatever it might be. Anyway, and so yeah, I'm like, what am I doing? So finally, luckily that August, after I took that loss, said, Josh, here's the, now really in that rut of a wow, I hadn't quit Fogo yet, and of course, still working the station at that time, but looked myself in the mirror and started tracking and journaling. Luckily, I did that, and I did it all on my own, what to do and how to do it, what my system was, and got the trading out of my system because I didn't want to trade. I was too scared to trade, or I didn't know what I was doing, so I was like, go over fucking paper trade. And I was trying to track all that, and it just didn't work, right? You can't take 30, 40, 50 trades in a day, honestly, and think you're going to want to go back and want to journal it and back test it. No. And so I finally kind of got it down to about, 4 to 5, 6 trades maybe at most a day. By September, October, I was like, whoa. And I had my system set up, of my tracking and journaling system set up. I was writing everything down. I was like, whoa, you're only good at bounce plays, and after 30 minutes after the bell, everything else you suck at. You suck at everything else. And so I stuck with bounce plays the rest of that year. Said, okay, here we go, Josh. Here's your. And I said that in August. I said, okay, here we are, 2 years after you found about blah blah blah. Here we are, and we've gotten nowhere. I would say, and I'm like, yeah. How much have you fiddle farted around? Even tried to? You may have put 3 months worth of effort in overall since you first learned about stock trading back in August 2015. Like a true maybe 3 to 4 months. How about for the rest of this year, you go pay blah 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 paper trade and go, all right. January 1st, let's go live again. Let's go do what you wanted to do in 2016, but let's do it now in 2015 and 2016. Let's do it now in 2017 and 2018. So but went live again with real trading in January 1st after a really successful paper trading bounce plays after the 30 minutes after the opening bell for a few months. Was slower at the start of 2018 for sure, but it slowly picked back up and got hotter obviously in 2019, especially in 2020, and it never looked back. Went from and just growing that small account that I had on bounce plays alone from 2018 onward, and then eventually in 2020 becoming a trend line, a shorter, right, and trading different setups, having more than just one pitch to my repertoire, so to speak. And it just takes time to get there, and then eventually trading live over, and then of course then becoming a gold member, a moderator. We were labeled in gold or green or whatever we were at the time over at Tradecaster. I think it was green to start with, then gold when we went to Tradecaster. And then May, June, summer, right about right now in 2020, Deck was like, hey, and I've been begging him, bugging him, like, hey, let me go live for you on Friday afternoon. You're never live on Friday afternoon, like right now. Let me just fill in for an hour, keep traders around, and keep your views up. And then finally one day after, because I kept tagging them and doing posts, because of course I can talk right in front of a mic or a camera, but I didn't know how really to fluidly talk about stocks and break them down real quickly, or even slowly, and a lot of setups, this, that, and the other. But by June, he finally asked me, or I think it was May actually, and they wanted me to go live all day. I'm like, oh, whoa, I thought it was just for Friday. I was asking about afternoon, not the whole day. He's like, I got something going on. I need you to cover for me all day. And I don't know if it was like just a trust thing at first to see if he could trust me if I could do it. Of course I did it. And then it became eventually, I think it was every other Friday at first, and then it was every Friday starting around late, somewhere in June for sure, to July through December. Then he finally took back over in December and said, hey, I want to stream live on, because COVID 2020 was hot as fucking can be. He's like, I'm missing out, I'm coming back. So sometime in December, he came back and went live for about an hour on Friday, and then I would take over after him. And then in October of 2021, I got my first lobby over there. Like, there were lobbies, so to speak. And there was always that tab for it, but there was not one, but he was the only one that eventually I got to have my own. And yeah, so I started streaming live more and more and more over there, building my following, so to speak, and getting good at trading. You know, like this right here, where I said earlier, if we crack 165, I said, where are we going? We're probably going down to 160, you know? Boom, and here we come down to the 160, you know, handle. If we crack 160, we're down to 155. So it's just reading the chart. Oh, finally one wick that came down that only went to 150.91. Finally a wick that didn't get to 150 on the dot. But anyway, there's my journey if you're still around, KL. Or anyone that's still around. I appreciate the love, though. Any questions you guys have to end the day? I just want to jump back on. Small caps, I think, are going to be a little lackluster next week. We had our fun. Gee golly, what was the one I was just thinking about earlier? Oh, there was one this morning that was before, but it was pre MNTS. Is it on my morning alerts? Aiken. Was it Aiken? Aiken, maybe. Aiken, young cheese, Aiken and young cheese. Aiken. I think it's Aiken. Be Aiken for 400, please. Yes, it was Aiken. Okay, so this is kind of like late May into May, right? We had Akon, AKAN. I know there's another one that I missed in mid-May, where we had this to start late April. We were hot till about right here, and then there was another one with Akon somewhere in here that went bananas. That went not as much as Akon, but it had a good spike. So you got to think we were hot for about 2 or 3 weeks here. We'll call it 2.5 to 3 weeks here. Hot for about 3 weeks onward, because you got to think right here we had Aiken and something else right around May 21st. It's like it almost started like on 420, right, or 420, whatever it was, right around April 20th, and then again on May the 20th, because we had Aiken and something else around that same time. But then we got MNTS right there on the 25th, 6th, or whatever it was. Go bananas. And after it, which is kind of crazy, leading into more of their actual space plays, or has to deal with that sector that we saw today, which you can see, which the last thing I'll go over is how when IPO plays go up, everything else in its sector tends to go down. But ASTC here goes from 3 to 69. Anyway, all the way to this last week where we had INHT. I know it's T12. Then we had PAB, but that's we're having plays hold and run, right? Multiple days. And then when PABs showed up, woof. There was another one this week. There was a few like this actually, to where by Tuesday of this week, now we're not holding. We're going Banana Joe's. We're going from 1 to 27. That's 2,700%. But we're all of a sudden not holding. Is it because of the T12 in the day before with INHD? Could be. Maybe traders say, I'm not holding anymore. I don't want to be stuck in no INHD. I don't want to be T12. And so that leads to then everything else after that. Even plays like CPOP. Look at this nasty, stupid shit from yesterday into today. Try to do something on Tuesday, right? Didn't hold gains. Actually did in a way on Wednesday, and then look what it did since then. So I think next week in the small cap sector, it's going to be a little bit slower, in my opinion, a little bit less spiky. We had some good fun over the last few weeks. Really kind of like that run that we made, from late April into May. This one to me lasted a little bit longer. This one lasted for about 3 weeks, a little bit longer than that. So I think we'll die off in small caps as we move into next week, in my opinion. Large caps still could be fun though. I will say I bet next week's more of a lackluster week than we've had recently. We've had a lot of big spikes, a lot of big moves, definitely from the large caps, and even of course SPY last Friday, and then of course this Tuesday, big dumpage. I think we see some more a little bit more consolidation next week, a little less range, and then small caps the same. Where I don't think we really get the big boom 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 moves we were getting. And then lastly too, which seems to be the case, new IPO days. This was supposed to open at 135. I don't know how real that wick is. I did see it happen. We watched this live on the TTP stream earlier as we were covering it. Sorry, I was listening to what's going on out there. To my family, essentially, my dogs and my wife. But when these plays go up, and still is green, we're still up 11 points on the day. We're still up 20% overall, right, on the day. So if that's the case, what happens to other plays? Well, ASTS. Well, I mean, any of these other plays, what have they done today? NASA. I mean, I'll just go over a few of them. Zoom out a little bit here, right? ASTS. What have we done? ASTC. What have we done? Right? MNTS. What have we done? So, remember that, and I will for fuck sure from now on, if there's a big IPO like this, I'm like, all right, I'm shorting I don't know what SpaceX is for sure going to do. Like I did today, I'll go small because my gut instinct says it's going to go through the roof. It didn't go through the roof, but it is green, so I am right. But B, I'm shorting everything else in the sector because Michael Noss did like a nice little presentation for us earlier on the stream, and he was all over it. Today, all those other plays are in the sector are red. Red, 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 ruby red. I know, I see you. You got a big O noggin. Overall, though, beautiful week. Big moves. DX shorting these plays, going long even here. Of course, you can see INHD went long on this play, went short on this play. EDHL, shorting that one, went long on EDHL as well. Had some longs in there. So, as a week of everything, going long and going short. Hopefully, you guys had a good week as well. If there are any last questions, anyone else still out there, let me know right now. Thank you again, popping in there out of nowhere a little bit ago there for KL. Showing the love. New follower, got a new subscriber there. I'll take it. We're slowly getting up to 2K. We're getting to 2K here. We're getting there. Hopefully, as we get more views too on Trade the Pool, I'll start gathering some more subscribers. You have to 18 or almost. I wish it was 18,000. 1,840 subscribers. So 1,800, almost 1,850, almost 1,900. We're getting there. And building the views, too, on the stream. Slowly building the views here, what you're trying to do in conjunction with Trade the Pool. What's up, Reanimations? Hey, do you think it's good? What's up, Joe? Thanks, Joe, for the... Yeah, back there. There you go. Just chilling. Little background noise. It's like us when we're feeding the dogs. We'll always put it on, like I said, we'll put it on... which she has it on now already, because I'll be feeding them soon. We always feed them earlier on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. Big Bang Theory. We always put it on Big Bang Theory, and you're just listening to it, and you're like earlier, it's so cute. I love Avery. She's so you gotta Joe. I know you love it too. When your girl does this, she'll be like not even in the room watching it, but she hears it and she just starts laughing. Like earlier, she was sitting in front of her mirror where she does like makeup, and it's the TV. She can't even see it. I'm just walking around doing stuff, and the kid, and I just hear her start laughing. I don't know what was said on Big Bang Theory, but I know that's what she's laughing at. I'm like, she's such a dork. Reanimations, how we doing? It says, hey, what's up? How do you think? You think it's a good day to buy another? To buy other space stocks? They're down a good bit today. I don't know if they'll pump back up though. Yeah, they will. I think that's what Noss in this presentation was kind of giving to where, I mean, just for shits and giggles, I know MNTS isn't, or any of these plays that have had pullbacks. Let's just go to like say ASTS. I know it's one that a lot of people like. Right, so it's coming back on down. Just put orders in. I mean, just try to find a good support area, which I like. Anywhere we're coming down to, 77, 70, somewhere into this area right through here, right? You can see this big consolidation zone, and I'll just do one of these. So when I see this on the chart, where you lay down and sit down, or you're going to go, you know what you are, you're going back out there. All I hear you is licking your chops. Go get some water, go. Big ass Great Dane weighs about 160 pounds, and all I hear him doing is this, and it's like in my ear, so this is what it sounds like. So turn your mic down if you don't want to be grossed out. It's like this. I'm like, would you? And he's like right here doing it. Like, stop. Leave me alone. All right, there we go. Boom, mark that in. Right there-ish. Boom. Love that. And then I love this too as well. So you have two areas to get into, Ranimations, that I love. Is when I see this on the chart, this is just bounce heaven for Josh or any real significant, long-term trader, maybe investor, whatever you want to call it. These hedge funds, yada yada. And of course, Michael Noss talks about this, and a lot of the time, like I even said this earlier. That's what they're looking for. These nice big consolidation zones. So I love that. That's what you look for, and just put orders in and hopes to get filled, because like his presentation is where, yeah, we come down and of course SpaceX goes up, but then over time they all go up. I just think even that space is hot, just overall that sector. You're going to have pullbacks, you get these overextended moves. We go from say 50 up to 125. Well, that's a $75 move. That's huge percentage wise. I mean, that's a 50% move essentially. That's huge. So you're due to have maybe a 50% retracement from overall, right? So you have to just call this one, that's overall the 100%. Well, what's this? If you go from 45, we'll call it 50. I'll call it up to 130. Half of that's going to be right about right here, right around 80. That's midway through. As my dad would call it, midline drop. My dad would shank a few balls off into the woods and say, okay, midline drop, and would like from the fairway to the woods, and he would just throw his ball like kind of in the rough somewhere. Oh, you love playing golf with my dad. He's it's almost like how many balls you lose, he wins. Renovations, I'll have my terrible day to have a headset. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, terrible day to have a headset. Yeah. Well, most people do. It's funny. They either have their, like, ear pods in. Like, yesterday I did the goal. Like, go! Like soccer, football, those Spanish, Mexican matches, whatever. You'll hear them, like, when they... All you know is when they score. Go! And I can do goal really long. And so I did that yesterday. Like, let's see how long I can do goal. Well, when I do it, I don't just go, I mean, I got to get into the full, like, go, And so, yeah. Busting everyone's eardrums when I do that. Oh, yeah, Joe, yeah, same as a ball. Oh, yeah. Any dog that has the jowls, the essentially big-ass libs. Gotcha. I'm in for a long run on space anyway. Yep. Yeah, Ranimations, I think it's a good sector. You think about, besides, there are a few different tickers out there, like MUs, which I'm very bullish on. SNDK, very bullish on. I don't know when they'll have their multi-day week pullback, right? You just look, this is a daily. The longest daily pullback we've had here recently is a week on SNDK. That's crazy, right? A week, right? About a week, 7 days, we'll call it, right? And then you go over to plays like you just go back over to ASTS, right? Just a lot of these, right? Getting some bigger pools. What's this here? What are the guys talking about? Oh, honestly, when I hit, what the fuck that guy? Don't heckle the outfitter. No, from. Oh, my friend, one of my friends is in Omaha watching the College World Series. I'm like, hell yeah, and go Troy, because Troy beat UALR. I went to school at UALR, and actually ended up graduating from UALR. I went to UA, but then I ended up UALR and graduated there. And Keith says, don't heckle the outfielder. I know from experience. Oh, I know from experience. Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess, hey, don't fuck with him. I know from experience. I don't know what's going to happen to him. I don't know. But then Jaron says, because Jaron is the one there, Jaron says, fuck that guy. Oh, man. But yes, good job, Ranimations. Hey, more of you guys come on over. That's why I went live here in Power Hour versus we were having a stream of Joe's still around. But yeah, we were going to go live on Trade the Pool, and we didn't need to leave a chart up, and whatever reason, right? Technicalities, anyway. And so we had a banner saying, we'll be back for Power Hour. And then a little bit me and Joe, everyone at the same time, like, hold on, what? Because I was kind of getting ready to gear up to go for, to go live again over there with Steve. I was like, hold on, what's going on the stream? Is it stopped? Joe probably did the same thing I did, or I'm sure something similar. And I was like, hold on a sec here. And so yeah, figured it out right away. But we stopped it, all good. So I was like, I'll go live on my stream for you guys and give you a little entertainment, a little bit of fun. SpaceX was fun earlier, into that anticipation, and then it literally truly felt like that, Joe, which I know you talk about. You up with Cedar. Oh shit, Cedar Lodge, not Cedar Lodge. Cedar Point? No, Cedar Point maybe. What's the big ass? What's in Ohio? Y'all got a really big like theme park, which is some of the best badass roller coasters really in the world. But anyway, it was like that. It was like where you were waiting in line, like a movie moment for like this new roller coaster that no one's ridden, and oh my god, I can't wait. Oh my god, the line's forever long. Gotta waiting. You know, Disney World ride because they were live for hours until even me kind of anticipating, and then finally when we all got word it's coming live soon, it was like we were stepping up to the front of the line. You know, finally we're gonna be able to trade this, and it's about to go live. So it was like you kind of got that same similar feeling of like, okay, it's about to, yeah, Cedar Point. That's what I thought it was, Cedar Point. Yeah. One of the places me and Pops wanted to go to. What's funny as a kid, Joe, I was so scared of roller coasters. Like even we would take like vacations, you know, like when we first find my dad was making money, right? Morning show host, and he really started making some good money. So we started taking, every year we'd go down to the beach, right? We always talk about the Panhandle and our condo down there. Well, eventually in the late 90s, adding that, we always had that in the summer. Well, we started doing spring break trips. And that was kind of part of it, to hit theme parks on the way and ride roller coasters. My dad is obsessed with them, or especially was, let's just say, back in the day. And one of the most funny moments, infamous moments in my journey was here we are at Six Flags, right? And all these badass roller coasters. We went to Texas. We went to my brother lived in Dallas, so we kind of did of course, here we are in Arkansas. So let's go to, Dallas and see him. And then we'll go to Austin, and then we'll go to San Antonio, and then we'll go to we bypassed Houston. We're like, yeah, fuck Houston. We went to Corpus Christi over Houston though, which was kind of funny. My parents just wanted to also see the beach down there, San Padre, and then so we can then kind of turn our noses up, which Joe. Hey, listen, I love Texas and all, but Texas and their beaches and that water, it ain't even close to what we have in Florida, bro. It ain't even, listen. Anyway, so yeah, we're like, yeah, we're never doing that beach again. But we were at Six Flags on the way down there, and Dad was just like, I felt so bad because he had to go. Luckily it was dead too. They weren't on spring break, so every ride he could just sit there and it was like Chevy Chase. It was like literally, because we love vacation growing up. That's like it's like he if he could be one person, he would be Clark Griswold, 100%. My dad could be like, could he be anybody else in the world? Who would you be? Well, he might be like, he loved Arnold Palmer growing up, right? He might be one of the, but yeah, get my point. My dad embodied Clark Griswold. And so here he is just riding these over and over and like taunting me like, oh, you scared little, like little shit, making me ride these by myself. Like, what a great son you are, like giving me a hard time. Finally, though, one year down in Florida, in Gulf Shores, we went over to Gulf Shores because there was Foley, Alabama had one of the biggest, most badass outdoor malls. Outdoor malls were huge in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, with Gap and Nike and all the outlet stores, right? Anyway, so we go there every year from Florida. Because their outlet was it was so huge over there. It was just north of Gulf Shores essentially, and there was a restaurant we always loved going over there. It was just like a day trip, but there was a cool little go-kart putt place or whatever, like kind of like the track. I know you guys have hopefully heard of the track, or anyway, a go-kart place that has all the other things to do, right? The little bumper cars to putt and all that shit. Well, this badass place just north of right in Gulf, I think it was in Gulf Shores, had a roller coaster. It was a small guy, but it had the and then down and then some cool little turns. I mean, it was literally a minute or so or less you were on it. Super cheap, but I'll never forget. And finally, for whatever reason, getting the nerve to like, all right, I'll ride this. Maybe I was finally like, I forgot how old, 13, 14, maybe 15, somewhere in there. I couldn't. I hope it was earlier than 15, but somewhere literally in there, 13, 14, 15. Got the nerve to ride it, and instantly was like, what the? I fell in love with the rush. I was like, oh, let's do it again. I was like, let's do it again. And then from there on, we were like, that was kind of like a part of our thing to find. And point being, then back to Cedar Point. That was like always like, kind of like the checklist, kind of like going to Wally World, right? That was like the Wally World for us. Of course there were other ones out there, but that always was kind of garnered as like for us a reachable destination. Of course, Dad always wanted to go to Canton to go to the NFL Hall of Fame. Anyway, so never happened for us, unfortunately, and I still haven't been to Cedar Point. Top thrill dragster, Millennium Force, man, 420 feet. That's fucking crazy. That's awesome. I mean, you got to think about buildings back and like here. Let's just do this. This will be interesting for you guys, and you'll love this. I think it's close to that tallest building in Little Rock, and it would even be Arkansas, but it doesn't matter. 546. So Simmons Bank Building in Arkansas, the tallest one we have is 546. So you got to imagine you're essentially almost doing a roller coaster, you're coming off of the top of that. It's crazy. Oh man, that was always a big vacation. Oh yeah, for Cedar Point today. Oh yeah, for sure when you were little. Oh yeah, yeah. And the Hershey's. I remember we doing that, and we'd go to. My mom was born in Bowmansville, so essentially just west of Philadelphia. So it was like Hershey Park, or whatever it was in Pennsylvania was always a big one too, that we loved going to. But yeah, that was just one we just never got to. Was Ohio, unfortunately. But good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Joe, Florida Joe. Any last questions? Ranimations, good point. Or good questions there. Ranimations, love it. Good. Anything else, KL? Anyone else out there? Slowly gathering the views here. Coming back over for Power Hour. Yeah, that was crazy back then. I worked there 13 years. Oh, is that crazy? In the live entertainment. That's awesome. That's crazy. Hold on. Hershey Park or Cedar Point? Which one? Hershey Park or Cedar Point? Both are, yeah, big time. Both are big time. That's awesome, though, Joe. And, Joe, you coming over tonight? You going to be there for a little bit, hopefully? I got some stuff, maybe family stuff to take care of, but love to see you on the Friday Night Live for a bit. Anyone else? Don't forget, tonight I'm going to leave my live stream up just so that's what I love it. People can come back, even like KL's or, Ranimations of the world. Who's this person live? What stock trading? Let me watch. Let me see what he's got. Whatever. I'm the same way. Let me just click on it. And then, hold on. And then if you're intuitive, you're like, well, he's not live now. Let me rewind it. This stream's been going a long time. And then you kind of scroll the little cursor back to when you see my head and people move. And you're like, oh, okay, here we go. Let me see what this guy's about. So, just gathering those views as I go public on the free days. Cedar Point, okay, got about Island. Okay, Essentially the Beast was crazy. Oh, my God. I remember the Beast. I remember that show, too. There was a show like on, I don't even know what network it was, Joe. But me and Avery would watch it. And it was like, coolest roller coasters of the United States. Those, maybe it was on Spike TV. I don't remember what station this was on. It would go over like, all right, we're going to Cedar Point now. And it would, someone would be at the park. All right, hey. They'd be, well, I'll say how long they're holding the mic. But they'd have someone like you from the park talking, right? And like, yeah, let's take you over to the Beast here, and blah, 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 blah. And here we got 420 feet of wooden roller coaster up to 74 miles per hour. You got 3 turns that take you up to 80 degrees to whatever. And then you'd have the people from the park, they're like, oh man, I just got over the Beast and it's so fun, I love it. Oh yeah, mama. Oh yeah, my kids really loved it. Yeah, I've rode it about 5 times. I've been coming here since I was 4 years old myself, or whatever. You know what I mean? We loved watching that show. It's kind of like there's RV shows like that now, like Dream RVs or whatever. But that was a show, the roller coaster show. I had, all throughout the years, the different shows we had. But yeah, I remember the Beast is my point. Seeing that quite often. Let's just see the logo of it, how vivid it would be. It seemed like it was blue. It was mostly blue. Let's see at the sign. Let's see here. Oh no! Well, the top. Okay, and the claws. Yep. As soon as I saw that. Yep. As soon as I saw it, the top was bluish, but right here, yeah, there. That's it. Yep. As soon as I saw that, I was like, "What's the logo?" I was gonna say. What was my brain? I don't have a brain fart. What I was gonna type in, but anywho. Yeah, that's a big daddy right there. The Beast. But yeah, the logo essentially they use for it or whatever. Do not stand up. Keep hands inside car. You're way the hell up in the fucking air. All right, any last questions? We're good? Joe, thank you for coming over as always. And again, everyone that came over to the Trade the Pool live stream, that was amazing earlier. Can't thank you guys enough. Or just maybe you watched it on my live stream possibly as well. Slowly but surely still adding in those views. What are we up to now? 2,500 views. So literally just over an hour, right at an hour ago, we stopped that. And we're now already up 400 plus views just for people coming back and coming back and watching it for the first time and checking in and see what we did earlier covering the SpaceX earnings. Big special fun stream today. The biggest IPO in history dropping. So big that this Thinkorswim can't even keep up with all the misprints today and all these hidden field orders that are going on out there. Man, love it. That may get all up to 3K. Joe, appreciate it. Ranimations, anyone else out there, thank you. Right on the dot, just creeped over to 200 views. Just had a new viewer just pop in for half a second. Whoever you are in this fine world, thank you so much. That's a lot for me, 200 views. I used to get, when I was over at Tradecaster, because of them at Tradecaster coming over and watching it themselves on my YouTube or clicking the link. I used to have, you go to my page and I think it's 1,000, 2,000, my most viewed live streams are in there, hundreds of not thousands, 2,000. Those are the glory days. I'd be like, damn, there's a lot of people in here, man. I had a lot of views. Now I'm private all the time, or it's a private stream that you have to pay for to get in. So every once in a while I'll go public, so it doesn't hit those algos as much, but it's slowly hitting the algos, and especially days like today. I think a lot of it has to do back to your caption, your title essentially of your live stream. It's got to be, 10K week SpaceX IPO. Hell yeah, okay, whatever. Let's check this guy out. It's got to be something that's clickbaitable, which it's the true week. There you go. Well, I was hoping to have a 10K week. I was hoping. I was pretty much 10K, right? I was hoping for today a big banger. Didn't get it in small caps. Actually missed a perfect bounce play. What was our fucking trade this morning? What was it that I waited on? Cupper. I didn't get filled. Son of a bitch. I had orders on a bounce play, on Cupper, for a bounce. Once this came down right here and wicked, I'm like, oh, and popped back up to high day area. I said, okay, it's 617. 620, 6 to 620, 6 to 620. So I had orders at 607 and 617. It comes down and hits 620 on the dot, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So this is, of course, in multiple minutes. So when it's bouncing back up, I'm thinking it's about to squeeze and go for more, so I'll just cancel my orders. I'm getting a little annoyed. Just like, you got to be kidding me, right? It comes down right after I cancel my orders, and I would have gotten and then I said, okay, I want it at 5 to 520. 507 and 517 is where I have my orders now. I love the number 7. 525. And then moves back up another point right here. So I'm all over it where I wanted my bounce plays to occur off pre-market high, right off that resistance fail area where we swept down there. So I said, okay, it's going to come here. Well, it moved up to 8, so I say, it's not going to happen now. It's going to be 625. Then I don't get filled. Cancel my order. Should have left them in. Don't. Would have gotten filled. Pull them down lower. Don't get filled. And I did cancel them after that because I felt it was getting weak, and I was right. Should have went short, honestly, at that point. Wouldn't have been a crazy good short, but that was the one of the day that I was, still liked a lot. That was pretty decent. Oh boy. UBGX, that's the one. Like, what's the one in the uptrend channel? That's the one. All right, love you guys. Lost boys, lost girls. Any last questions, throw them in right now. Otherwise, I'm done. When it come over for power hour, I stayed the whole hour. Flat as how I see after hours. I see after hours as flat. But what you need to worry about this after hours is coming back and joining me, Steve. Florida Joe, I think, will be around possibly. Caesar, I don't know who all is joining. Kevin's back tonight, I know, in the house. It'll be a fun night. It's called Friday Night Live over on Trade the Pool. Hope you guys are already subscribed to Trade the Pool. If you're subscribed to me, you should be subscribed to Trade the Pool. And here is how you can get a hold of me. Where's my X, my Instagram right there. So if you need my Instagram, my X, here comes my YouTube page and my website. What's the website about, you may ask? Oh, well, I do one-on-ones. I've been doing one-on-ones since 2021, helping you in your trading. Going over trades, charts, helping you out, find what support resistance is. If you need to learn a new setup, hey, this setup isn't working. Why are we attacking this? Kind of being your really disciplinarian, your motivator, your mentor, right? All these different things, showing you what's working, what's not working. We need to stop doing this. Please stop. Listen to me. I need to shave. I'm like, I feel like I'm getting I have cat hair or something on my beard. And that's the one reason I hate having beards anymore. Having how many dogs? Like a hair will be just like you don't know it. I'm like, what's on my face? I'm telling you, the one-on-ones help you out big time. As much as I can help you out, they're first off, the starting ground is just to get to know you as a trader and what you're doing. We look at that and I justify it. Is it worth continuing to do that, or do we need to change some things up? Do I need to show you some things? And of course, charting's huge. I want to make sure you can read a chart. I have you break down charts. I want to see if you know where to put support and resistance lines in. Do you know where key support resistance areas are? As luckily referred to I say luckily because I've busted my ass to get here. But I'm an amazing charter where I go over to Trade the Pool, and Steve and all those guys that are really good at it know that that's one of the main reasons I was pulled over. Because like this, I know where to find charts, or I know what charts look good. I know where support resistance areas are. I know if we're gonna go long, if it's about to be a breakout. Especially trading these small cap plays, where a lot of these guys have no instinct on what's gonna happen. But I am so keyed in on what I've seen over the years. So if you need any sort of help in your stock trading journey, you need to sign up for those one-on-ones on the website. And here we go, $30 a month from the live stream. That's the last link I'll put out there. It's $70 a month for my 70 for the live stream, I should say. 30 for the morning alerts. Morning alerts, I've got millions of dollars on them just trading my levels. Because I give levels out 20 to 30 tickers a day. Joe knows about that. Joe's actually signed up for them as well. So I start with small caps because that's what moves more volatile in pre-market into the opening bell. So you know immediately what levels to trade, what to go long, where to go short, and give you a breakdown synopsis of each trade. Giving you levels, support and resistance. Then same thing with large caps, starting with SPY, then going to Apple, AMD, ARM, B, CrowdStrike, Dell, Google, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, Qs, Tesla, Micron, SanDisk at times, right? Whatever's moving. Could be now, SpaceX could join the party. So we have 30 a month from my morning alerts, which that's that. You get 20 to 30 every single day. Like even today, like you should have seen the hotter days this week, which I'm about to call this a day. But even today, which I was a little bit slower, which is crazy, I say slower. First, a small cap breakdown. Hey, small caps for the day. Minute and a half breakdown on what we're looking for and what to expect. Then truly breaking down plays. So I have BYAH, DSY, VSME, GMM, AKAN, UBGX, Space Plays, other former runners, small caps today and what I'm thinking, Cup R, low floats, AKAN Bounce. That's all small caps. I haven't even got the large caps yet. And then a full breakdown of SPY, Apple, AMD, ARM, CrowdStrike, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, QQQ, Tesla. Large caps today at the bell, SpaceX IPO. That's all. I give you all of that this morning. Right? Imagine on crazier days, like let's just go back to like Tuesdays of the world. I mean, I was I was just a lot. First, yesterday, what to expect for the day in INHD, CCTG, CCTG, CCTG again, CHAI, AZI, SLGB, PABS, RGNT, ELPW, JZXN, SUNE, small caps today. SPY, Apple, AMD, ARM, CrowdStrike, back to CCTG, Dell, AHMA was now all of a sudden running in the small cap sector. Back to large caps, Microsoft, MSTR, MU, NVDA, QQQ, Tesla, large caps, small caps. That's a lot of alerts, 20 to 30 every day when we're this busy. Breaking down what you should expect for the day, from small caps to large caps, giving you levels, what to trade, where to go long, where to go short, what I'm trading, and what I'm trading, when I'm long or short something, what my stop loss is. There's a trade in I'll be taking pre-market trades. Like here's my entry. Here's what leading you through trades in pre-market when I take them. So here's what it costs, and then the one-on-ones are really affordable. 4 for 200, 6 for 300, 12 for 600. Just because I know you guys, most traders when they first start, it's not like you have tons and tons and tons of money. I want to make it affordable to you, so you're not having to feel like you're getting banged over the head. I'm out for the weekend though, team. There are all the links. Any wallflowers that are still out there, I appreciate it. All the stragglers that came in here toward the end. The beautiful wife says, I'm done pumping the weight. I will pump you up. It's time to feed the pack. Time to feed the pack. Okay. That's Margot saying, yes, Dad. I'm hungry. Please feed me. Don't you know I'm hungry? Yo, Dad. I'm hungry. Good? Okay, we're good. Thank you again, all these people that come over. I think we're at, extra, 30 people that came over here in Power Hour. I appreciate it. About 30 or so that came over in Power Hour extra that we didn't have from earlier. Appreciate you guys coming on over. We'll leave it on the space plays here. What we'll do here is I'll move this all the way over. See if we start to move into more of this demand area right there on ASTS as we move through Power Hour. Or I should say after hours. I would imagine though, if anything, we get that where we get some of a little bit of movement from space plays. That's where I would lean toward. If we do see any movement, guys, and after hours, SPY usually about 30 to 45 minutes after the closing bell stays flat. I bet SPY doesn't see back over 743 and definitely will not see back under 740. So if anything, maybe a quick pop back into the high mid to 742s, possibly a touch of 743, and then it'll slowly fizzle off. Most plays do on a Friday. Have a great weekend, you too, Aussie. Hey, stop it now, both of you. Not happening. Huh? Griping? I'll feed you when I want to feed you too. Don't be yipping yapping at one another. Not happening. They're like, someone just threw a fit at one of the others. They're like, get off me. I hate that. Like, I am not one. Any of our dogs make that like And then you can see how quick it stops. I will rise right above them. They're like, oh, Dad's talking. I'm good to go. Yeah, awesome, yeah. And then we have this back here. Look at this goober. What are you doing? Your cone head? And then again, the cone, because he has sensitive skin. We take it, we'll have it in his heel. I think they're healed. They're healed. Yeah, they're good to go. There's nothing wrong with them. As soon as we take the cone off, he has sensitive, yes. His skin is so sensitive. And he will rip his ears apart. Like it'll be whatever it is. We take the cone off, okay, you're good to go. You're not, because we'll notice because he won't be scratching at the cone. Okay, cool, he's done scratching at the cone. And he's just a smart dog and says, yeah, if I stop scratching at the cone, they'll think I'm not itching anymore. And the moment we take it off, it's like we come around the corner and his ear, it looks like he's been in a dog fight. I mean, his ear is just fucking red with blood. And then it's all on the couch and shit. And we're like, Petey, no. And then we got to clean his fucking ear out. And it's sensitive as can be because he just scratched it to fucking kingdom come. Blood's everywhere. So we got to like barely touch it. And we have to put the cone back on. And so we just leave it on now pretty much all the time. We literally just took it off within the last month. It's sometime in the last month we took it off. And he didn't do it right away this time, but within like a day-ish or two. Because I think I even made a comment, which I like jinxed myself. I was like, oh, yay. Maybe he's finally, because he's had this throughout the years. And most times we can take it off. And then he's good for months. And sometimes I even look back in memories. I'm like, what happened to that, Petey? How is it so sensitive? You've gotten older, maybe, possibly. You take him to the vet, they can't tell you anything definitive on what it could be. But it's sort of like, hey, just leave the cone on. Otherwise, you don't. So anyway, El Goober over here. All right, we're out. Y'all ready? All right. Oh, my gosh. How are you that hairy? Hairy little boy. Have a good weekend, Aussie. Oh, Aussie, about a month from now, you getting ready? Ooh, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun, and you're going to go fast. The fastest you've been in a vehicle since last August. I'll see you guys on Monday. I'll leave. Well, hopefully tonight. Hopefully you guys obviously are going to watch Friday Night Live. I think you will be, Ingrid. You should still be around tonight watching us. That is, again, at 9:30 Eastern Time. 9:30 Eastern Time tonight. I will be live over at Trade the Pool. I'll have my live stream up through that time. So if you would just want to stick around, rewind the stream, watch what happened earlier in the day, or the trades that I took, SpaceX and my live, whatever it might be, rewind it. I'll leave this up to gather some more views from you guys. But we will be live tonight, 9:30 Eastern. That's 8:30 Central, 7:30 Mountain, 6:30 West Coast. Get ready. Yes, oh my gosh, can't wait. Yes, good food, the dogs, the cats, Bunny, right? The cars, the Jeep. You'll finally get the 392. Maybe I'll like I said, drive Voltron. We'll hopefully get some golf in. That would be fun one day. I have golf clubs here, so you don't have to worry about getting any. Avery's got a female set. I've got a set too. It's gonna be fun. We'll have some fun for sure. Get ready for some more calories, unfortunately, for your sake. But for my sake, I love it. This weekend, like tonight, pizza night. Spicy sticks, loaded salad, big old pizza, nothing but calories. All right, what do we want to put on here? What music? I wish I could put on something that. I wish that I could put something on that. We already have the try. Look at this. Here we go. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's the link. I'll put it out there for you guys. Boom. Boom. Go ahead and give that a like, right? TTP FNL coming up at 9:30 Eastern. Going. Boop. Paste. Yeah. Copy. Boom. Boom. And bam. Let's go back to music here. What do we want to put on here for old Aussie chick before the day's over here? Hey, shut up talking to the dogs out there. Here we go. Let's see how long I can play this without getting copyright, huh? What song is it? All right, what song is it? 5 seconds of a song. What song is it? What song? I think the next, like, notes was the word I'm looking for, is going to give it away. This right there. That probably gave it away. That right there probably gave it away. Alright, we can't play that because YouTube's going to say, no, you can't play that music, white boy. That's too funky music, white boy.